Hi there, good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where it is Wednesday, which means, of course, it is the final day of the Group A action for the last week before a break for Christmas. And there are, well, 3 players, it seems, in contention to make it through to finals night, though one has a healthy lead. Here is how things lie after yesterday.
Chris Richter's put in some consistent performances this week. It hasn't quite yielded into results. It looks like a campaign in Group C for Pugs on Thursday and Friday. Andreas Jorgensen put points on his average on day 1 to day 2, but he didn't quite yield what he needed. As for Bradley Roos, well, he may be going under the radar a little bit. Third in the league table, he has just got an outside sneak of possibly qualifying through Group A. John Henderson started the day 5th in the table. He's now 2nd, but he missed out on an opportunity to go level on points with Andreas Harrison overnight. As the Super Suite goes 4 clear, he's in pole position to progress through to the finale here in Portsmouth on Saturday night.
Yeah, super stuff from Andreas Harrison, looking like he's in a very good position to qualify. Before we get into looking ahead to the day, just a little bit of breaking news. Norbert Attard, who struggled yesterday, unfortunately has pulled out through illness and has been replaced by a rather familiar face. Yeah, let's find out indeed. You've just found out why he's not here to answer my questions. It'd be nice to ask him, wouldn't it, how he thinks that Scott Mitchell will get on today, but we will see over the course of the day. He's entering in Group A, replacing Attard. Can't make it any higher than Group C. We'll take a look at the table to show you. So Scott Mitchell there going in as a 7th player, if you like. Norbert Attard won't be playing any more matches, though. So Mitchell, if he won all his games, could get to 10 points, but that would only take him to 4th place. It's Bradley Roos, John Henderson and Andreas Harrison are battling it out for top spot. And Harrison has that 4-point advantage after that brilliant win over Henderson in an excellent closing encounter yesterday. Really good stuff that was. Looking like it's going to be Henderson, Roos in Group B and Harrison through to finals night. But who knows? There is still a chance for those players to win this group, and this is how the bookies have priced it up. Andreas Harrison, a strong favourite, 1 to 7. They think that Henderson's still got a chance, Bradley Roos less so, and there is still an outside possibility of Andreas Jorgensen winning the group. 150 to 1 that one is. So for those that don't understand betting, if you put £1 on that, you will lose £1. Right, bet builder for the Super Series action today. Group A, it's Harrison versus Jorgensen. More than 2.5 180s in that one, so at least 3 in that game. Henderson versus Roos to go the distance over 5.5 legs, and then Wickenham versus Roos, Bradley to come out on top in that match. That treble pays just over 5 to 1. And as always, if you do have a bet on the Super Series today, please do so responsibly. It's 18 plus and begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. Right, this is the final week of action before Christmas, week 6 of Series 6. And before we get into today's play, we are just going to remind you who has made it through to Champions Week so far.
The finishing line.
Game.
And wonderful Willie wins it.
The MODUS Super Series, Series 6, Week 1 winner, Willie Borland.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your first player through the Champions Week is Big Willie Borland.
On double 8. He's going to leave it again. And it wins the week. It is another win for Scotland. Week 2 belongs to Andy Bolton.
Champion.
He may not have been the best player this week, average-wise, but I assure you, he's going to be ecstatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, you win it for the week, the X Factor, Andy Bolton.
We're thrown in frustration. 24. It's double 12 for Barstow.
Leonard Gates has deflated. It is the local
Super
boy.
Series, week 3.
You have your moment. He's waiting no time, is he? Ladies and gentlemen, your champion for the week is Chaz Barstow. He's a happy man. He's a happy man, and he's into Champions Week.
Owen Bates won here.
Has
joined
and
Owen
the Week
Bates
4
as
MODUS
the winner
Super Series champion
for the Super Series.
Cam Crabtree.
It is Shazam Cam Crabtree.
To get the job done. Inside. Gets the double five.
And the MODUS Super
Steve
Series
West
Week
is
5 champion.
Week 5 Series 6 champion with an average of 99.63. 418 is in that final.
It's Steve West who's your weekly winner.
So there we have it. 5 winners so far in Series 6. Willie Borland winning Week 1. Andy Bolton joining his fellow Scotsman in Week 2. Chaz Barstow getting over the line in Week 3 before Cam Crabtree and Steve West made it to Champions Week. At the end of this week, we will have half of the field in place. And Andreas Harrison looks like he might be getting there. He looks set for finals night. But John Henderson and Bradley Roos out to stop him. And Roos in action in this opening match against Andreas Toff Jorgensen of Denmark in commentary. Throughout the day, it's Henry Deacon. And I believe, Henry, you're going to have a guest commentator with you for the first match or two.
Yeah, some guy, you may have seen him, you may have heard him before, some fellow called Chris Murphy. He's been about the block a little bit, hasn't he? But Andreas Toff Jorgensen and Bradley Roos will kick the day off, day 3. 2 players who perhaps performances hasn't quite got the attention it may have deserved because of what the likes of Andreas Harrison and John Henderson have done. Bradley still in the equation on 12 points, but no one's really been talking about the WDF Youth World Champion from 2022. He's up against the 29-year-old Andreas Toff Jorgensen from Alminde in Denmark, twice played at the PDC World Cup of darts. As far as his day is concerned yesterday, well, averaged 86.21, 12 out of 48 on the doubles, so 25%. A really, really good standard. And in fact, of the top 5 players that played yesterday, the lowest average of the lot was 83 by Chris Wickenden. So we expect a highly competitive standard and maybe a little bit of an unknown quantity in Scott Mitchell, who less than an hour ago I was sat next to writing notes about, and now I'll be writing notes about him. But what's been your perspective on both of these players this week, Murph?
Well, as far as Scott Mitchell, it was either me or him, Henry, so I think we made the right decision there. But yeah, in terms of these two, Bradley Roos has been more than competitive, hasn't he? I think maybe at times this week, Mitchell, myself, and maybe yourself have been guilty of writing him off a little bit. When you look at the table, he's level on points with John Henderson, who's had purple pros lavished up on him all week.
First leg, it's Bradley
Andreas Toff Jorgensen has sort of been the best of the rest, hasn't he? We've had that top 3. They're really sort of separated from the group, but the Dane has performed better than both Chris Wickenden and the now departed Norbert Attard.
130.
Roos gets Wednesday's action underway, and I just wonder whether we do underwrite Bradley a lot. I mean, you look at his record, he's played here twice, he's made 2 finals, and there's players who we put such high praise on who's got nowhere near the record in this competition, such as Bradley. Still a developing player, only 19 years of age. And look, he's got pedigree. He's won 2 world titles and concurrently as well in the JDC and WDF.
Yeah, really good prospect for the future, Bradley Roos. And maturing all the time. Has reached finals the last couple of times, as you've mentioned, and he would be wanting to go one better. Sort of player who's grown into weeks as well, so I think this is a pretty
39.
Stellar start for him, something to build on. Although, I have to say that Group B does look a little tricky this week.
Group C as well. The likes of Justin Smith, who's won a week here before. Richie Housen, who you feel like is overdue a weekly win here. Probably adds that advantage of Group B being 3 from 5.
Yeah, really. And now Scott Mitchell, because he's destined to be in Group C. He's entered late into the thing. Even if he wins all 5 of his matches today, he can only get 10 points.
58.
What kind of impact do you think Scotty Dog coming in will have on the rest of the players? Because let's face it, he is a tougher opponent than Norbert Attard would have been.
86.
Well, it's the fact that they don't know what they're going to get from Scott, because less than an hour ago they were not expecting to play him, and so their perspective of the day will change. Although Bradley looking to start the day with a ton topper, not going to find a 136, and so Toff Jorgensen had a 124 yesterday. Can he kick his day off with this particular finish? Not on this occasion, and so Bradley back for top to a 1-0 lead.
44. Bradley require 40.
Yeah, double top for the Dutchman. Get off to a strong start.
Yes,
double 10.
Bradley
For a steady away opening to this contest, you would categorise that a 17-dart holder throw.
Perhaps the one thing you can label at Bradley's door is he has been slow to get out the blocks in days. He's lost each of his opening matches on day 1 and day 2, including against Andreas Toff Jorgensen, where he straggled into the 70s and he lost 4-1 against the Dane. He lost his first game yesterday, though admittedly that was to Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, not an easy opener, is it? Interestingly today, just one little thing. Andreas Harrison will want to get this done early. His first 3 matches are against now Scott Mitchell, Chris Wickenden and Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He plays the 2 players that are chasing him in his last 2 games. He doesn't want to go into those games having not yet sealed the deal, because if they both beat him, then one of them could end up usurping him in this group.
Could you perhaps make the argument that his first game could be the toughest because he does not know what he's going to be up against?
Yeah, absolutely. He would have seen the opening game as a bit of a gimme, wouldn't he? And all of a sudden, it's gimme a break. Former world champion appears on the stage instead.
96. Andreas require 140.
We will have that for you next. Andreas Harrison taking on the incoming Scott Mitchell, looking to upset the apple cart
60.
on week 6.
So he found a world champion replacement in terms of playing, but we didn't find one in the commentary box.
Not yet. Watch his space.
91. Andreas require
Level up
80.
at 1 apiece. Should be a dart at tops. He's going to get 2 at double 10. Here we go, level match, 1-1, 15 darter for Andreas Toff Jorgensen. I actually got to the bottom of the Toff Jorgensen thing, and I was asking whether it was an abbreviation for something, but actually Toft's not actually his name. His natural name is Andreas Jorgensen, but Toft is his middle name. But since the age of 7 or 8, they've just called him Toft.
A nickname stick, don't they, Henry?
180.
So do those darts in the treble 20, all 3 of them.
Well, he's found it a couple of times this week. Did everyone hit against him?
45.
He's been a magnet for the 9.
That one took a bit of a nosedive. Long old darts that he throws, aren't they?
80.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen, bit javelin type arrows.
Yeah, slight little change in the equipment setup. I think they're the same stem and flight, but the colours have just changed somewhat for Andreas.
So you see, and when they stand up like that, they're really good kind of darts to use,
60.
those long ones. He hasn't managed to utilise that first marker there. The Great Dane, turning into a bit of a canine themed group, this, isn't it now? We've got Pugs and now Scotty Dog all playing.
100.
Question is whose tail's going to be wagging at the end of today?
Treble 13.
127.
Or treble 17. In the end, it's just a single, but you just tee up a 2-darter for a breaker throw here. Single to double combo.
100. Andreas require 54.
This was after a strong start from Bradley, and we did mention that the first game could be the one he's most susceptible in. Double 10 again. And for a second time in 2 legs, and that's the second 15-dart leg in succession for Andreas Toff Jorgensen. 2-1 he leads with the break, averaging just a shade under 95.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is not part of the plan for Bradley Roos. He cannot afford to lose this opening match. Bear in mind that his second game is against
57.
John Henderson. You see the top of the table there. So this is as it stands, with Roos playing this game added to his tally, if he loses it, then it's advantage Henderson in terms of who is going to emerge as the contender to Andreas Harrison.
But also, look at it the other way. Bradley's on 12. If Andreas wins this game, he moves on to 10 points. And so suddenly, instead of looking ahead, he may be precariously lurking over his shoulder.
Yeah, good point. And maybe thinking about swapping groups for the rest of the week.
60.
It looked like it would be Toft in Group C and Roos in Group B, but that could all change.
59.
And I think that all of the players today have shown enough to say that they can beat each other in any given match, and we know that Scott Mitchell can beat anybody in any given match.
100.
We hope that Norbert is better soon.
60.
Perfect setup to
177.
leave double 12 after 12 to threaten the break back, Bradley Roos.
Yeah, that's just the response he would have wanted.
Bradley required 24.
Still has to cross the line yet. Double 12, the target after 12. But he may not go for this.
No score.
Just decided to bust the remainder there. I think it was a bit of a risk, actually, aiming at the 20 to bust. Could have slipped into the 1.
99. Bradley
Always go
required
west
24.
in those scenarios.
I'll be hoping not to have to go east again this time, going inside the 12. He's avoided that, overdone it. But the
Game shot on
adjustment is
fourth
good,
leg.
and it's
Bradley
all square.
Roos.
Bradley back in charge.
Been developing in terms of legs
The
won.
leg is
Both
Bradley
Andreas
to
have
throw
been won in
first.
15.
Game on.
Both of Bradley's have been won in 17. And so, effectively, what that's telling us is that Bradley needs an extra turn or two to complete the job at a leg. And if Andreas can just turn it on for 5 minutes, he should be too much for the Dutchman.
59.
One thing I think that's developed about
100.
Andreas' game, we saw him kind of, didn't we, summer to late autumn last year, is I think the biggest thing that I've seen in terms of his development is the power scoring. And I think that's probably the one thing that we
100.
probably labelled criticism of him last time out. But the 2 treble, 3 treble turns have become more frequent than they were in his previous appearance
137.
back in Series 2.
Yeah, I think he gets better every time he comes here. Bradley Roos. And
57.
we do see it, players that were initially here as ADC Europe representatives that have then gone on to be invited based on their own merits for what they've done here. Andreas Harrison in this group, an
140.
example of that. Obviously, having won his week last time around, was invited back. And we've actually ended up with a group which contains 4 players
100.
from
Treasure
Europe, or did,
124.
until today. And 2 of them, including this man, an ADC Europe qualifier.
4.
That's a visit Andreas would like to forget.
Yeah, tough luck.
We got you into the puns thing.
64. Andreas, you require 120.
We'll see how long you can tolerate it, Henry, before I'm replaced.
So the 120 isn't
Bradley
going to
require
go. What can Bradley do with the
121?
121? Didn't have a ton plus out yesterday, did Roos? It was bullseye first.
It was good for the 17s with the second dart, but that was
69.
wayward.
Andreas
So
requires 60.
this pendulum swing could go back in the favour of Jorgensen.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
does.
leg.
No, it's in.
Andreas
You don't have to
took
carry on,
Jorgensen.
mate. You've done the job. 3-2.
Interesting
Vegas
play as well
Andreas
from
to throw
Bradley in the fact
first.
that
Game
it's
on.
not the first time he's done this week, that on 1-2-1, no matter what the opponent is left on, he will go bull 25 first start.
Yeah, not always the best plan in terms of the mathematics, but there's something to be said for having a plan and sticking to it.
$60.
We have got our little Bible in the commentary box, haven't we, provided to us. The book that was brought here by Jim Long that tells us the best
60.
way to go for every finish, every score on the dartboard, and it was an absolutely brilliant gift given to us by a man called Charles Felver
60.
from Canada. Darts Theory, How to Use the Board. Only 9 copies ever printed, and one of them gifted to us at the Super Series. Have you been brushing up, Henry, on your knowledge?
You know me and homework, Murph. I was a naughty boy at school. So what does the book say about 1-2-1, Murph?
Give me a chance to get to the
60.
page, mate. Says that treble 20 is superior to the bullseye 25 route.
99.
So they're going against Bradley. There are some eccentric characters in this situation.
100.
We'll actually aim for the small wire between the treble 14 and the treble 11. I think that's your kind of route, isn't it, Henry? The sort of corridor of opportunity.
That's just the dart at treble
59.
20. Although we do see Moreno Blom, I think the most potent example of this, and 1-2-4 go 14 first.
Let's see which way Andreas Toff Jorgensen goes for this, because if he takes it out, he wins the match and really dents Bradley Rooster's chances of winning this group and really improves his own chances of getting into Group B.
65. Bradley requires
It feels like Hail Mary time now for Bradley. 64 to save the match and to send us all the way to a decider. Not going to happen on this occasion, and so Andreas has already taken an 80 out in this game. He's looking for one to complete the job. He'd bookend the match of 80 finishes.
80.
Going to be Tots for the win.
Game
Tots for
shot
Toff. He
and the
seals the
match.
points as he gets the
Andreas
better.
Toff
Bradley moves by
Jorgensen.
4 legs to 2. And so the Great Dane now within just 2 points of Bradley in third spot as we look at the race for Group B darts on Thursday and Friday, respectively. That the tail of the tape from that one, 66% on the finisher from Andreas Toff Jorgensen. A real solid average as well, 84.24. But Bradley Rose has lost all 3 of his opening matches to a day in Group A. Coming up after the break, Andreas Harrison, the man top of the table, 16 points to his name, up against a man who was, well, he was meant to be in the commentary box this morning, Scott Mitchell.
So a spanner in the works with Andreas Toff Jorgensen winning the opening match of the day, meaning that Bradley Roos hasn't closed the gap on Andreas Harrison. So all Andreas has to do now to extend his lead to 6 points. He's beat the 2015 world champion Scott Mitchell, who was sat in the commentary box yesterday. In fact, he was doing his notes, preparing for commentary this morning until we took the call that Norbert Attard was too unwell to participate. And Scott Mitchell, always ready, or maybe just always wearing that shirt, got his darts out, and now is maybe a tough task for Andreas Harrison, who's the first to try and deal with him here. The Swede, top of the table, but these early games key, Henry Deacon.
Yeah, anything to avoid a commentary shift with me, isn't it? But this is so interesting because Scott will know everything about every player because, all jokes aside, he was doing his research this morning. He's been watching the action the last few days. And in some sense, he's actually had the best seat in the house to see how he can deal with the opposition. As for Andreas,
Game on.
I just wonder whether it can go one way or the other in the fact that Scott's been commentating on one all week. And so maybe you can have that air of, well, he said this about me, so I want to beat him now, or something along them lines.
Yeah, we had a big chat actually on stage with Andreas Harrison at the end of yesterday. He was really praising Andreas.
100.
It's a steady enough start for Scott Mitchell. Let's also remember the fact that he will have not have had the relevant preparation for today's play. Scott, he
100.
thinking he was commentating as he had been this week. He might actually end up, I mean, it would be some story, wouldn't it? He ends up lifting the trophy on Saturday night. We do know he's going to be in Group C for the rest of the week.
97.
He can't get more than 10 points, which could only get him, at the moment, to joint 4th place. But where will Harrison be? Will he have his feet up waiting for finals night? Or is there a chance
100.
that an early defeat to Scott Mitchell opens things up with John Henderson playing Chris Wickenden next?
And I just wonder what the style of both players will do as well, because they're both very similar in the way they go about things. They're
121.
measured in the way they do things. And Andreas has just been so consistent all week. His numbers, I was doing some crunching this morning, ironically, with Scott. Yesterday, his average was 96.48 for the day, 50% when it came to the doubling. And if you add the week as a whole, over 2 days, his average 94.53. 37% on the doubles. That's in the top 21 of anybody in 12-month terms in the world.
Yeah, and he's not averse to a 1-4-1 checkout, is he? He's done that twice this week, including at the end of a 9-darter.
If he hits the treble 21st, like there, he'll go treble 15, and that would have left double 18. His favourite double on the board in the Northeast.
105. Scott, you require 88.
Mitchell, though, to spoil the party. 88 required. 87 required. So it will be that double 18.
36. Andreas, you require 36.
That love affair between the beard to be feared and that double. But is off.
Game shot on the first leg.
For the moment,
Andreas
a brief
Harrison.
fling with double 9 for Andreas Harrison.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
And the other thing with Andreas yesterday was, it's okay having a favourite double, but you're going to miss it every now and then. So it's all about the breakdown. And the times that he actually did miss double 18 yesterday, Andreas,
40.
that double 9 more often than not got him out of jail in legs.
Mitchell hasn't quite thawed out yet, and I think it's understandable. Hasn't had the same
95.
practice as the rest of the players. Before play started today, we did film some of the Around the World challenges. Do check those out on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel from previous weeks. Later this week, we'll see
81.
this week's action. But I had an interesting chat with John Henderson. I said, look, John, it's good practice for you. He said, but why would I practice ever going for a treble 1? And he said that
41.
he was once told, never, ever practice on targets that you would never go for in a match.
Oh, you never practice on the treble 20, man.
I don't know why Scott Mitchell's going for a 5
45.
on that occasion. But yeah, do check those out and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. There's around 70% of people watching us on YouTube that don't subscribe. If you do, it will really help us with getting even better content, even more content to you. So ensure you do that and you'll see plenty of maximums.
81.
Plenty of fun and top quality stuff. We've seen recently a couple of features put together. Players going to the World Championships, or Luke Littler's best moments ahead of his match at the Ali Pali.
95.
Of course, a two-time Super Series champion.
14 players from the Super Series will play at Alexandra Palace over the next couple of weeks.
85.
And still some to come as well. Hopai Puhar, of course, making his
90.
debut on Thursday. Scott Mitchell made an error there. Should have been 19s with his last start, but he knew that Andreas Harrison was going to take that out. Back in love with double 18 and 2-0 up on Scotty Dog Mitchell. But he's still commentating. Look, Scott, you've got to choose.
Quietest Scott's ever been.
55. $125.
A victory for Andreas Harrison means that John Henderson quite simply has to beat Chris Wickeder in the next game. If he doesn't, then he is 6 points behind the Swede with just 8
60.
left to play for. But that's where the land lies. As things stand, that is as live at Andreas Harrison, 2 to the good against Scott Mitchell. Be a 6-point gap from John and a 6-point gap from Bradley as well.
100.
And I just wonder as well, I was speaking to Scott about this yesterday. We've heaped a lot of praise on a lot of players, but where does Andreas Harrison now, pound for pound, rate as a Super Series player?
That's a hell of a question. Top 20.
140.
Definitely. Top 10, possibly, would be my immediate answer. I would have to get the pen and paper out and actually put it together. Maybe we could do that, Henry. You and I were here quite a lot. Maybe get our top 10s posted on social media over the Christmas period. For those of you getting Super Series withdrawal symptoms, still think you'd have to put Littler at the top.
44.
I think Steve West is going to be right up there as well. Be interesting, at what point do we say, right, we can't have Littler in the rankings when his tour card is activated? So does West go at the top then?
He only played to win 4 weeks, I think. By sheer number of success and consistency of it, it has to be.
Or do we wait the Champions weeks more? Right, Scott Mitchell playing it safe here. But is there a way in?
67.
Well, there might have been a way to squeeze it past, but that is one of the problems with going that route. You do block an already tiny target. I do find it interesting that there are moments when Andreas Harrison does have the option to leave double 18 and doesn't. We saw it there. Went for double 16 and ended up not hitting that, nor double 8. But nor can Scott.
Andreas requires 16.
So for 3-0. Just nudge that across. Yes is the answer. 3-0 to Harrison. Prior to those couple of misses, Scott was averaging around 83, 84, which, if you look at the numbers yesterday, will make him competitive enough. He may have to put a little bit on to yield the points that he'd want to have a confident enough run into Group C on 43. Thursday and Friday, respectively. Ballpark yesterday was around about 86. Chris Wickeder at 83.65, and the rest of the field 86, 87, 87, and
45.
Andreas Harrison at 96.5 average for the day. The other question is, if Andreas Harrison does go on to win this group and possibly go on to win the week, whether he'll actually play at Champions League, because if he goes to Q School, especially in Europe, I think he's got an incredible chance of winning a card.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
question that hangs over a lot of our weekly winners. We know one or two that don't intend on going to Q School, but I have to say as well, it makes it more important that you perform well, because there is a chance that one or two of the weekly winners won't be at Champions Week. And the way things work here at the Super Series is that it will go to the best runners-up, the best performing runners-up. So if you can get to a final, there's still a chance of you being at Champions Week. And of course, we saw Jacob Taylor do that in a previous series, and then go on to reach a grand final.
One in particular you think, are we going to see is Cam Crabtree.
99.
Yeah, Borland and Bolton have both had tour cards before. Barstow maybe not quite at the level that he once was, but he has just won a week at the Super Series for the first time. So maybe that gives him confidence going into qualifying school.
Talking about confidence boosting, Andreas Harrison is 116 points away from a 4-0 win.
95.
Which would give him a temporary 6-point buffer at the top of the table. Double 18. He loves that double, 80. But he just nudges the wire with it on this occasion. And so Mitchell, 95 to get his first leg of the day on the board.
91 then, so treble 17 for double top. Gets a go. This will just annoy Andreas a little bit. Not that it'll show it.
Game shot on the fourth.
But Scott Mitchell has got a leg on the board. Well, yesterday it was Chris Wickenden, wasn't it, that kept going 3-0 down and coming back.
It's Andreas to throw first.
In one of his games, he actually turned around that deficit. Is that just a consolation for Scott Mitchell, or could it be the start of the 1,000-mile journey?
60.
Should also say he could join the Chris Mason Club this week, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, the only Super Series commentator to have gotten back to the mouth and won a week. Paul Nicholson actually played that same week, didn't he, as Chris Mason originally, and didn't get through his Group B campaign. We have seen Scott Mitchell make it to finals nights before. We are going to see Glenn Durrant playing in the new year. Matthew Edgar, of course, as well, has been in action on a Saturday night.
I'm going to ask you a question which could, well,
125.
split opinions.
Go for it.
Out of the Super Series commentary pool, is Scott Mitchell the most likely to win a week?
60.
Tough question. I think you write off Chris Mason having already done it at your peril, and he's played some really good stuff in the seniors events as well. I think this time last year, the way Scott Mitchell was performing, or the start of this year, you would have said yes, definitely. My answer at the moment would be yes, probably.
133.
It wasn't going to be you and I, was it?
We win every week, Henry. Just sitting in these chairs is winning.
We always make it through to Saturday.
83.
And potentially here, if Harrison doesn't take out this 170, the pendulum could swing in this game. And he's not going to take out the big fish to win it. And so Mitchell, 93, to bring it back to 3-2. He'd then return the game to throw.
76.
We'd think he would go the bull route, having gone that route on 90-odd stuff before, but he... Just having taken out a treble 17 tops, I think maybe treble 19 would have been a better route there.
45.
Harrison himself
94.
has a similar conundrum.
76 left, he'll go double-double. I think the biggest surprise was he didn't find the double 18 to set up tops.
48.
Well, this could be swinging. Swinging towards Scott Mitchell, who's got himself 2 darts at double 16.
16.
Oh, that was close. But that could be that. And Andreas Harrison's first
40.
task could be ticked off.
The pile the pressure on John Henderson. Double 10.
20.
But misses at the line, opens up the door for Scotty Dog once again. 2 8s. Doesn't go, and you sense this is probably the chance now for Harrison.
Andreas, you require 20.
Level 10 then to get over that line. It's been a tricky opener for Andreas Harrison, an unexpected opener against Scott Mitchell. But he expected to win, and he has won, and he will continue to expect to win the group. A 4-1 victory for the Swede means he does now pull 6 points clear of both Bradley Roos and John Henderson. In the end, the messing around on the doubles meant that Harrison's average slipped to the low 80s. It's 4 out of 14, uncharacteristically low by Harrison's standards, but he did have a nice 90 checkout in there, and he does pull 6 points clear of John Henderson, who takes on Chris Wickenden next. Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson now has a question to answer. That teaser posed by Andreas Harrison, who got the better of Scott Mitchell, replacing Norbert Attard in Group A today. Mitchell went down 4-1 to Andreas Harrison, and now Chris Wickenden is looking to do the Swede a favour by beating the Highlander, John Henderson, the 50-year-old from Scotland, of course, a winner of the World Cup of Darts just a couple of years ago. But to stay in this race, you think he has to win this match and keep winning until he meets Andreas Harrison later today and then beat him as well. But with Harrison having won his opener, there's a 6-point gap. And in truth, Henry, looking at the way the fixtures have panned out, it could all be pretty much over in the space of the next 2 games, because Harrison takes on Toff Jorgensen after this.
Yeah, quite possibly. And you look at the way that Chris Wickenden has played this week. He's been close, but not been able to get over the line. We mentioned his stats for yesterday, 83.65, 12 out of 28 when it came to the doubling the ADC qualifier. Went over 2 events on tour in 2023. Been playing a lot on the exhibition circuit as well, on the MODUS and MDA events. Been crisscrossing the country.
55.
And I was actually asking him how, even though they're exhibition matches, how much that stage time may have helped him for these types of events to try and customize him and acclimatize him to this
59.
particular environment. And he said just being in the room with the likes of Johnny Clayton et al. Has helped bring him on somewhat.
100.
It looks like he put his ADC patch on standing on his head, though, doesn't it?
I hope he throws with more accuracy than he puts patches on.
45.
Take out the opening leg on throat. Not going to go. And so Henderson 111 to himself on the board. He hit 2-ton topping checkouts in back-to-back legs against Andreas Harrison yesterday as he tried to march his way back in that match. It was to no avail in the end, but he's looking to kick off with 111. He goes for tops. Just misses the tops, and it may well
80.
be a case of tops as well for Chris Wickenden here on the 80.
Plenty of room.
60.
Could not find the red bit, so Henderson has a chance for an early break.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he gets that early
John
break.
Henderson.
You do kind of hope, Henry, as a neutral, as we are, myself and yourself here at the Super Series, that
Game on.
that match between Henderson and Harrison, the pair's fourth game today, does still have meaning, because
60.
What an absolute Brahma at the end of yesterday.
Sometimes we have gains between top two players in a group and we give it the build-up, and sometimes it doesn't deliver. It could be a bit of a damp squid, but yesterday that delivered and then some. The game of the day was between the two best players of the day. That has to be said. Henderson 96 average, 2-ton plus checkouts.
98.
Andreas Harrison averaging just under the ton. We're actually delving through his numbers. That 82 average last time out against Scott Mitchell was his lowest average of the week so far. That's the type of levels that he's playing at. As for Henderson, well, he started slowly, didn't he, yesterday in that game against Norbert Attard. That brought his daily average down to 87. But if you actually cast that game aside, his average for the day was just under 91.5.
Yeah, lucky for Andreas, it was also Scott's lowest average of the week.
79.
If you are just joining us, Scott Mitchell joined the group as a late replacement for Norbert Attard, who unfortunately is unwell and unable
84.
to continue his participation. And it's a really interesting dynamic shift, because Scott Mitchell will be, I think, even maybe the favourite for Group
100.
C come tomorrow.
119.
Very good Group C, but this could be a very good start for John Henderson. The bullseye for 119 to double his lead. He grazes the 25. And so Wickenden back to level this game up and to get the break back.
Will he be going for the bull, or will it be better? It is the button.
60.
But he can't quite put his finger on it.
25.
Henderson looking to put his finger on the pulse. Double 12.
13.
For a 2-0 lead. And yes, it's must win, but he'd also love to send a statement outward, Hendo, to Andreas Harrison to say, you're not going to get anything your own way today, but Wickenden not going to get his own way with double 8 for the break back. And level we are at 1 apiece.
Yeah, I did speak to John Henderson this morning, and he did say how tough he does find it at the Super Series. He did say with the best possible intent that he hopes that this is his last ever week at the Super Series. Of course, will want to go and earn himself a PDC Tour card again.
60.
However, he did say he enjoys it here, although he finds it very tough. A real test of endurance was the way he described it.
140.
I know the feeling, John. Having to endure Henry Deacon on a daily basis.
Feelings mutual.
59.
Well, what can this tartan tungsten tosser conjure up?
100. 59.
So a reminder, so far, Bradley Roos going down 4-2 to Andres Toff Jorgensen.
100.
Andres Harrison getting the better of Scott Mitchell 4-1. And Jorgensen and Harrison, the two winners so far, play next. Roos will take on Henderson. It looks like the early matches
60.
could be
Johnny Rick,
pivotal
161.
in the way today plays out.
Henderson starts to the break here in leg 3 from 161.
55.
Didn't quite clean up the way that he'd like to, so a couple of dribbles here could make Wickenden an interested spectator in this leg.
99. Johnny Require 106.
And for 2-1. This is the third leg in a row. He's had a dart for a ton topper, but he's not going to find the tops on the back of the 106.
You would expect him to get the chance again for that breaker throw. And he will get the chance again. May look at the ball here just to tidy it up and leave a ton.
64. Johnny
That's
Require,
exactly what he
40.
does, but Henderson on tops, and you know the rest.
Game shot in the third leg. John Henderson.
Because when he is in tune and in situ, he does not miss that target. He said his best mate in darts is Robert Thornton.
John to throw first.
Tell you what, you want to be a doubles, or be up against him in a doubles match if they're both firing tops.
140.
Yeah, it would be a dynamic team, wouldn't it? Two tops hitters.
140.
Play out a World Cup together, if memory serves me right.
Yeah, they did. They won with Peter Wright, of course, and then played again with Peter when Gary Anderson very nobly said, well, they won it last year, they should play again.
$135.
Well, just changed his mind there. Henderson was going to go straight for the treble 20, but then thought better of it. This is the approved route on 265.
133.
Effectively halved his score to leave himself on the champagne shot. And this should be as well for the first hold of the match. The first 3 legs going against throw in this contest.
Bullseye. Okay. Bullseye. Yes, John Henderson cleans up the 1-3-2.
John Henderson.
Absolutely brilliant from Hendo, who leads 3-1.
Chris to throw first.
And we said
Game on.
he would want to answer the question set by Andreas Harrison. We said he would want to make a statement. That shot and this performance might just be doing that.
100.
The average moves in excess of 96. 3 out of 8 on the finishing, 37.5%, which is kind of to the numbers that he was putting in yesterday.
140.
Then it's going up. He's seeing that checkered flag waving, isn't he, as he comes around the final bend here, Henderson, and he's not easing up.
100.
But this is what a player of his quality does. The good players can play okay, but the great players find their best when it matters the most. And John Henderson, especially in this format, is exactly that, as for the first time in this game, his average moves above the ton.
$81.
Trying to navigate around that dart, Henderson, and he does it expertly.
85.
It looks so good, John. And then he just made a little bit of a mess of it at the end.
60.
If he takes this out, it'd be back-to-back ton plus finishes for back-to-back 12s. Another one of them. Leaves double 8 for the match. And that would have been to have completed an almighty purple patch for Hendo.
160.
So, for a 13 darter to close it out, the average is north of a ton from John Henderson. The champagne shot in the previous leg, the 1-3-2, But will he be spraying the champagne at the end of the day? Has to keep winning and has won his opening match. A 4-1 thumping of Chris Wickenden by the Highlander, John Henderson, who asks the question of Andreas Harrison. He'll be back in action next against Andreas Toff Jorgensen, and he's going to have to deal with John Henderson today in this form. 97 the average, 33% on the finishing, and that brilliant 1-3-2 checkout in there as well. Henderson will be back in a couple of games' time to take on Bradley Roos. It's as you were in the table, but Harrison can restore his 6-point cushion if he can beat Toff Jorgensen after the break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the two Andreases are on the stage. Toff Jorgensen taking on Harrison, who's looking to open up a 6-point gap again at the top of the table. The Swede, who hit a 9-darter in this fixture on Monday and then went on a perfect run yesterday. He's playing really, really good stuff, and a win here would move him closer to another Saturday night at the Super Series. And as you know, there's been a change in the player lineup for today. Scott Mitchell is now amongst the field. There's been a change in commentary as well. Henry Deacon is joined by Phil Bars.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And hello, Phil. Didn't expect to be working with you today.
Well, good morning, everyone. You know, a last-minute dash to get here, but it's what we do. Welcome along. Good to be here, as always, in the commentary box. And I'm looking forward to the conclusion of this group. It's got a real fascinating twist. And look, the man on our screen there, Andreas Harrison, is the huge favourite to go on and complete the job. But that performance from John Henderson has just given him a tap on the shoulder and said, look, pal, I'm still here.
Game on.
And you just wonder, the further and further Andreas moves along this group, whether the damage was done in this group on Monday when they restricted John Henderson, who played well all week long, but restricted the opportunities to accrue points on Monday. Remember, started day 2, 5th in the table. And Andreas Harrison, who actually, after the 9-darter against Andreas on Monday, lost the 2 games since, went through the card yesterday, but he's felt a little bit like an immovable object, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And the issue that John Henderson has is, yes, he can beat Andreas, but the way it stands, that isn't
95.
enough. Someone else is going to have to do the damage for Hendo in this group. Now, look, of course, they can, but when the man is full of this much confidence, he's going to be tough to beat,
140.
even for John Henderson.
I think you a question here, Phil. Could this be the difficult one because they both know each other well from the Nordic and Baltic Tour? Could there be a little bit too much respect, or is
58.
Andreas Harrison too long in the tooth and too mentally strong for that to be a factor?
I think he's too cold and calculated to be nice to anyone. Yes, I'm sure they're nice in the practice room, but as soon as he goes
60.
up there, right now, look, Andreas Toff Jorgensen, we've seen him produce the goods at the World Cup for Denmark, but in this environment, at this moment in time,
97.
I'm not sure he's good enough to beat Andreas.
We know Andreas is definitely going to win this match.
99.
And he's already stolen the darts. This is not what Hendo will be wanting to see in the practice room.
105. Andreas Javik 102.
There's going to be a double 16 for 102 to kickstart the
shot
match
the
with a
first
breaker
leg.
throw in the space of
Andreas
15.
Harrison.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is Andreas Harrison down to a T.
Absolutely
Andreas
clinical
Harrison to throw
from
first.
Dirty Harry.
Game on.
Remember, he has pedigree here at the Super Series. It's taken special performances to beat him.
60.
And we've had Andreas here for about 18 months now.
59.
And the rate of progression, particularly in the last 6 months, has been something to behold.
Yeah, and we get a nice view of the Harrison throw. And
140.
the extension isn't full, like compared to some where we can see the Toff Jorgensen one there. The follow through is completed right until the very end.
83.
Technically very, very good. Where we just look at Andreas there, it kind of just stops. That follow through isn't complete, but it does the job. That is for sure.
140.
And the other thing as well is every dart is thrown exactly the same. So even if you've got an action which isn't fully complete, the repetition, the muscle
97.
memory will lead to consistency.
161.
He's already taken out 102. 161 isn't going to go, but Toff Jorgensen isn't in the same neighbourhood.
90.
2-0 is incoming. Just trying to apply some pressure, needs to find a treble.
56.
And doesn't.
Andreas Javik 71.
Harrison is absolutely cantering right now. 18 for tops, but he's missed a big number. It's a rare lapse in concentration.
31.
Interestingly, with 54 left, Andreas has been so good on double 18 this week. He could have gone the single 18 to have left the double, but has
59.
elected to go for
Andreas
tops.
Javik 40.
Yeah, and tops for 2-0. Across the tens.
Game shot.
Was
the
there
second
ever
leg.
a doubt? In my
Andreas
opinion, no, there
Harrison.
wasn't. And Andreas Harrison is in complete control of this tie.
Delegates Andreas
As his
Toff
average
Jorgensen to throw
plummets by
first.
10 points to a
Game on.
measly 93. But Toff Jorgensen just hasn't had the
58.
scoring power in this game. Only one visit of a ton or more, and that's the difference.
It's the biggest thing with Andreas, and we've seen it times this
100.
week, him hit some real good numbers. But, for example, yesterday, in his third game of the day, averaged 97 against Andreas. He lost the
59.
game 4-1, but then averaged 71 in the game after. Is that perhaps consistency which he needs to find a little bit more often?
Yeah, completely. And our sport is
55.
all about consistency. Even at the highest level, we see players produce moments of absolute brilliance, but then they'll go and lose with an 84. Well, I'd love to
81.
average 84, but at that level, it's the comparisons. The range, as Chris Mason would say, it is too much. When you've got a range of, we'll take Toff Jorgensen here, who's 74 at the moment, but we've seen his
59.
top range of 105, 106. You need to condense that. The top end's fine, but you need to bring the bottom range up. Otherwise, you are going to struggle.
And look, in a
59.
25-game week like Henderson had in his first game yesterday, you're allowed to have an off one as an anomaly. But we then saw from Hendo in the 4 games after his average for those games be around the 91 mark.
55.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. Hendo's range is so much smaller than Toff Jorgensen. Andreas Harrison's in the same. His range is a lot smaller.
78.
Andreas is actually having his poorest day so far. His lowest average of the week was in his 4-1 win against Scott Mitchell, and that was 82.3. He's averaging 86.3, which is also up there, one of his lowest of the week so far.
42. Race require 151.
This would be for a double break. Upstairs first. He's upstairs, but the radar's slightly off. But right now,
83.
the 1-2-4 it's a toughie because Toff Jorgensen isn't playing well. If he's playing well, he'd fancy a dart at the ball, but there's no guarantees as he hunts the treble 18, and that's what we're talking about, Henry. There's
56.
no dart at the ball from 1-2-4.
Required 68.
And he's being restricted to those measly chances by Andreas Harrison, who looks at double 16 for the double break and a 3-0 lead.
52. Andreas requires 68.
It's a lifeline, but can Toff Jorgensen accept it? It's the same finish. And it's going to be the same route. And that is lifeline accepted
Andreas Toff
from Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He's back in this one. It should have been 3-0. It's not. But now can he mount an assault on the Harrison throw is the question.
Game on.
You don't get given many gifts by this Swede, but he was handed one there, Toff Jorgensen. He's got to make the most of it. And at the
85.
beginning of leg 4, that's a big last start there from Andreas Harrison.
Well, some of us would like to say it is the season for giving.
Is it Christmas, Phil? You haven't told anyone.
Have I not?
Anyway, thank you for stepping into the commentary box today.
Oh, I stepped in a long time ago.
100.
All in time to give us our Super Series Christmas card, Phil.
85.
Thank you for the tenner.
Well, you know, Christmas trees place well again.
$85.
It's a slip there from Harrison into the 5 that just gives
121.
Toff Jorgensen an opportunity. He's down to a finish. But that dart is sat perfectly for the Super Swede.
140. Andreas record 161.
But again, the opportunities are being restricted to this kind of range. Harrison back for 91.
42.
And you'd expect, worst case scenario, he's going to get a dart at something from here. Doesn't go, and so Jorgensen didn't really clean up for the 161. Only scored 42 to leave 119. 62 left. The bull for 2-2.
94.
Just below.
Andreas require 40.
The line was good. The weight was just slightly off. However, it may be irrelevant if Harrison pins tops. Slipped the wrong side. Double 15, but it doesn't matter. Dirty Harry is one away from restoring that huge gap at the top of the table.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas Toff Jorgensen to throw first. Game on.
4-1 win against Scott Mitchell in his first game, and he on the cusp potentially of a 4-1 win against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. It'll move Andreas Harrison on to 20 points, and you'd sense from that point onwards that John Henderson's going to have to be perfect, probably complete the card for the day to get through.
You do, but I'm not even sure that's going to be enough. Unless
100.
Bradley can produce something. I look at the players that are playing well right now. Yes, they are good players, but I think Bradley may be the only one that has the tools right
96.
now to defeat Harrison along with Hendo.
The issue for Hendo is he's got Bradley in the next match, and if Bradley wins that game, then
58.
even though there's still a mathematical chance Andreas can't win the group, realistically, you'd say it would be job done from that point.
Yeah, he's on the cusp right now, and he knows it as well, and he's playing with some freedom
180.
as he fires in his first max of this contest to leave Toff Jorgensen in a spin.
81.
6 darts for the match and 6 darts for 4-1 victory. And in terms of setting up, he has done as perfect a job as perfect can be. Tops after 12.
Yeah, on the Toff Jorgensen throw. Heaps the pressure on him.
51.
And he's coming back to seal the deal. Tops for the Super Swede. And he only needs the one. Andreas Toff Jorgensen is clear by 6 again in this Group 8 table as he's edging ever closer to booking his place in Saturday night final. 88.89 average. That was all that was required to beat Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He was a class above in this tie. Coming up next, John Henderson looking to cut the gap again.
Yeah, the Highlander is back, but will he be back tomorrow, or can he pull off a big turnaround in this group and make it through to finals night by winning Group A? It looks like Andreas Harrison is going to take some stopping, but if anyone can do it, John Henderson can. He takes on Bradley Roos, the pair of them in second and third place in the table. If the Dutchman can get the win here, then Harrison would be just one win away from qualification. But John did play some brilliant stuff in his opening match today and is very capable of going through the card. Let's see if he can carry on that top form here in the company of Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And this is the type of tricky test that's probably come at the worst possible time for John Henderson, having seen Andreas Harrison pull clear once more by 6 points. This is the tricky type of encounter that could see him come unstuck. And if so, even though he could mathematically still make it through, realistically, his chances would be over. And Bradley is that type of player, and we've seen him a lot here at the Super Series, and you've seen him a lot at other events in the JDC and WDF, twice youth world champion in those particular codes.
100.
We know he has such a high ceiling. I feel like this week he is showing it more than ever.
Yeah, agreed. He's played on some fabulous stages, of course, winning at the Lakeside. But
48.
John Henderson is a seasoned professional, and he just knows what to do and the right time to do it. And if Bradley had the darts here,
81.
then maybe, but the fact he's going to have to find a break of throw to beat Hendo may be a big ask.
60.
Henderson, who won on his first appearance here at the Super Series.
140.
Has made it through to Saturday night since, but keeps falling at the final hurdles. Has lost in a semi-final, has lost in a final.
100.
As John looking to find a 140 to leave tops. Second prize of a ton's not bad.
Henderson to take out the first leg. Bradley's been nowhere to be seen in this opening leg. Should be a dart at tops now. He's going to be that. Has to shuffle across.
60.
Drag just below.
Again, Hendo's old school. He hasn't got the flatty in his shot selection, shall we say, where it just looked a little blocked.
20.
But he's coming back. 3 in hand at double 10. And there we have it.
The first leg.
Was there ever a doubt that he was going to hit it? 1-0 to the Highlander. Bradley Roos
Bradley to throw first.
is going to have to find something here. He's not quite at the races in leg 1. And that's not the place to be against Hendo.
Because we know how good a front runner the Highlander can be. And if you let him run ahead of steam, then you may be off stage left very quickly. And for Bradley, we know that he starts the day slowly. He's lost each of his opening 3 matches to a day in Group A. But
140.
what he can't afford to happen is for that first game today against Andreas Tov Jorgensen to lead to a hangover effect.
85.
And slip into the 5 there could be costly, because Hendo is breathing down his neck.
100.
Huge last start. Not sure about
97.
That's case in point exactly what I was going to say. That's where dart 2 should have been, in my opinion. The way Bradley's darts sit up, he couldn't find the target. Go for an open bed.
140.
Yeah, the one thing he's got to improve is work on that first dart dipping below. Henderson can, even though he's a bit of a block of the bed, still find the target if his first one dips below, although it does make it marginally harder for him.
59. Johnny
Has 1-2-1 here to get the break and lead 2-0. He's already had a 1-3-2 today. Double 14 to add a 1-2-1 to the collection.
Bradley require 126.
Doesn't get the treble,
45.
which would have given him a dart at the ball. So John Henderson coming back, double 14 to double his advantage. Can he just come inside?
14.
He's come too far.
Bradley
So a
require 81.
lifeline for Bradley Ruse. $12. And again, the cardinal sin.
41.
He's missed a big number.
14.
As Chris Mason would say, you chase the treble, you pay the price, you make your choice, and double 7 for
James on the
Henderson
second leg.
to break the flow,
John
to go
Henderson.
2-0 up. 16 dart leg for the Highlander, and he is in full control of this match.
Phil against John to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Ruse made the mistake. Should have guaranteed himself a dart of the ball. Look, you never know if he's going to hit it, but give yourself the opportunity. And at the moment, he's not giving himself those opportunities.
140.
Just beginning to get the feeling a little bit at the moment that things are just becoming a little bit of hard work for Bradley.
95.
Yeah, and sadly for John, this is not the performance he'll want to see from Bradley because he's his hope against Andreas Harrison.
60. 123.
But all of a sudden, John Henderson is on the cusp of 3-0.
121.
He needs to mirror Harrison's results in terms of leg difference as well, because he's got to hold out hope that someone else can do him a favour.
133.
And can you argue there again, Bradley once again, if he hit a 140 there, would have left himself on a finish, dipped into the single one, and so has allowed Henderson effectively a free go at the 50
60.
to take a 3-0 lead.
50.
Yeah, it's those stray darts that are costing him. Looks a great guide.
Game
And
on the
used it.
third leg. John Henderson.
It was almost a smile from Hendo there, a little smirk from the Highlander.
Fourth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
He knows it's business day. He's pulling performances befitting of that. 93-94 is his average, which is effectively the equivalent
94.
of 16 darts each leg.
The interesting scenario, though, is does John want to win the Group A?
125.
Because Steve West spoke about it last week, that he said he actually benefited by not having the 2 days off. And I just wonder where John is with that, whether he'd rather carry on playing
60.
or would 2 days off stop that momentum that he's building.
I don't know about you, Phil, but I feel with the Group A thing that it depends where a player is. So they've come off the back of a
100.
competition at the weekend, or they travel from a challenge tour, they've travelled back from an event in Europe or something like that. The 2 days probably is beneficial just to rest and recoup, but maybe if you haven't played competition, you
41.
maybe want the 5 days rep and repeat.
I think it depends on a lot of factors. What type of throw that you've got, your age as well, because these days are draining. So that the youngsters can bounce back easier.
Bradley's going to have to find a way to bounce
98.
back, and he may be precarious looking over his shoulder as to what Andreas
136.
Tov-Jorgensen does as well, as Henderson looks to finish the game off in style. He's not going to finish off the 136. Who's on 12 points? Andreas Tov-Jorgensen's on 10.
66.
Plays Henderson up next, but that could well be a precarious part of the table now for the Dutchman. He may be looking over his shoulder a little bit more.
60. Johnny requires 70.
70 to seal the deal. 20 in tops. Tops for Henderson to serve the bagel.
30. Bradley require 148.
Lifeline for Ruse, but this is huge.
Hail Mary time. The 148 isn't going to go, and so Henderson back for tops. He's been averaging 16 darts a leg, and he needs tops after 15 to complete the job. And it is a 16 darter to complete the job for John Henderson. A 4-0 victory, a comprehensive one at that, against Bradley Ruse, whose head sinks to the floor. As for John Henderson, he's still looking up and still looking at a possibility of winning the group. 93.94 the average, the equivalent of 16 darts a leg. 4 out of 12, 33% on the doubles. That is pretty much textbook MODUS, that. from John Henderson. And coming up after the break, Scott Mitchell and Chris Wickenden will go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Game 6 is about to get underway, and your eyes are not deceiving you. Scott Mitchell is on the stage, not in the commentary box, a late replacement for the unwell Norbert Attard, and Mitchell is looking for a first win in this group. Went down in his opener to the league leader Andreas Harrison, but will look to get off the mark now when he takes on Chris Wickenden, who is very likely to be playing in Group C for the rest of the week. So maybe an important fixture just to get into the head of his opponent. It's Pugs against Scotty Dog, and in the commentary box, about to bark, are Henry and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris. And, well, Scott Mitchell is the reason why I'm sat next to Phil Bars today, because I was expected to be talking darts with Scotty Dog, but instead I get my mate Barsy instead.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I was just minding my own business. No, it's always a pleasure to be here. And look, it's interesting to see what Scott's mindset's going to be like, because as a player, you prep yourself to play, where he was prepping himself to commentate. I've got all of his notes.
Scott to throw first.
So that sudden
Game on.
shift in mentality maybe won't see the best of him today because of that.
I was saying to Murph earlier, the fact that he now knows everything about every player, because he would have been working on them the last few days, and he's done his notes and his prep for commentary today. At least he won't go into it unaware. He'll know everything about everyone. But is that a help or a hindrance, do you feel?
I'm not sure. It's an interesting dynamic. But look, Scotty's been around a long time. He's done most things in the sport, has have to deal with most things. So I'm sure he'll be all right as the day goes on.
45. 100.
Who throws with a Scott Waits type
45.
dart. He could be a player we see at the Super Series next year if he doesn't win his tour card back.
I think he's playing well enough to go and get it back.
An intriguing time of the year where
140.
we speculate over who we could be seeing here at the Super Series in 2024 and who we won't be seeing at the Super Series in 2024. Well, that's an excellent setup. 171 to leave a ton. Mitchell 120 for the first leg.
And that first start, it's just a little bit of rust where
We should require 100.
he's not had the proper preparation time to get ready.
$60. Scott, you require 36.
After the fabulous setup, Wickenden can't take out the ton. So Mitchell looking at double 18 for 1-0. It's getting closer, but only has one dart left.
Game shot on the first leg.
Oh,
Scott
little
Mitchell.
celebration from Scotty Dog.
Well, it's not coming in to make up the
Second
numbers. You
against
don't win the
Christopher
titles
Game.
he's won just to come in and make up the numbers. And also, look, Scott knew coming into today, no matter what happens,
58.
mathematically he couldn't get into Group B. So he knows that Group C is what he's going to be doing tomorrow and Friday. And Chris is going to, you'd look at and think, is going to be one of his opponents over the next couple of days. So maybe this is one just to psych up a bit of a psychological battle going into the next couple of days.
You say mathematically he couldn't. It depends who's doing the maths. If Jose's doing it, he could.
100.
Jose does the maths. He can qualify for Saturday night.
But yeah, no, I agree that this is just a test run for Mitchell, just to
100.
fine tune a few bits, get used to the stage, and then give Group C a real attack. And the way Wickenden starts sit, that first one was perfect, just to stack off of it exactly like that.
Running a real good performance here. Average just under 95, and we know the level that he can attain to,
100.
but maybe not as always shown it on this particular stage.
No, and I think his lack of stage experience has had something to do with that. And the more he plays on the stage, I think we'll see him produce the game that we've seen him produce on the Challenge Tour at ADC events.
Playing a lot of exhibition events, hasn't he? A lot of challenge matches on the exhibition
49,
tours, which has probably helped with his
require
stage game as
80.
well.
Yeah, this first start will be. So I say, I thought he might have pitched it nearer tops and
42.
gone for the cautious tops, where one sat on the bottom wire and he just plonked the other two on top.
Either
60.
Chris has had a miscalculation or he has a real
38.
penchant for the double 19.
I think he miscounted.
Game shot
But it
on the
doesn't
second
matter.
leg. Chris Wickenden.
And the way his darts sit, double 19 isn't the worst for him.
Phil gets Scott to throw first. Game on.
I am a fan of the shirt, though. I'm not going to lie. A little rascal.
100.
Got to have your own identity in this game. And he's developing one, isn't he?
There's a naughty little number.
75.
That's a naughty little dart, the Robin Hood.
Look at that thing of beauty.
I think I've had a full English breakfast served on a plate that looks like that.
85.
The traditional pink Scotty Dog shirt that's colour-wise hasn't changed over the years.
134.
Wickenden
100.
is producing a really accomplished performance here so far. At first start, he's starting to sit plumb.
180.
Hitting plumb, and that max means he averages in excess of a ton, 101.32, and is threatening the break-in leg free.
100. Creature require 112.
Stolen the darts, first to a finish on 112. Gets the treble. And it's going to be double 16 for the break of throw in 12 darts. That is classy from Chris Wickenden. A 112 finish to break the Scott Mitchell throw to lead 2-1. The baptism of fire for Scotty Dog.
Wickenden seems to have just pushed the button. Trailed 1-0. Since then, he's plonked the average over the ton mark. Super finishing from Pugs.
$100.
What do you think Chris's ceiling could be as a player? Or is it difficult to tell at this stage in his career?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to tell that he has ability.
85.
He's hoovering up ADC titles. He's played well on the Challenge Tour. So there's a player there. It's just about finding a consistency from him and just showcasing it a little bit more.
81.
But there's no doubt that he can trouble players and trouble big players as well.
97.
Scott, it's very much simple
60.
as far as his route to come. He'll head to Q Score at the beginning of January next year, and he's kind of in this position, this unique position, that if he doesn't win his tour card, of course he wants to win it back, but if he doesn't, he's got various options
41.
for him. You've got the World Seniors Tour, you've got this, and various other avenues, Challenge Tour course as well for him in 2024. Real privileged position to be in that. Yes, everyone wants to be on that pro circuit, but there are options elsewhere if it doesn't quite happen.
You say everyone wants to be on there. I'm not convinced anymore. I think that there is a demographic of player that you're better off now not having a tour card. Yeah, look, the elite level is incredible, but there are avenues that you can play more darts, earn more money from that 72, 73 region down. I think there are avenues and things you need to think about now where beforehand you didn't.
84 for Wickenden to open up a 3-1 lead. Going to be the bull. And he's going to pin the bull for a 3-1 lead.
Chris Wickenden.
I must admit, I'd have been tempted to play a few mind games there if I'm Chris Wickenden. Obviously, he's not built that way, but I'd have been tempted just to plonk one in 20 and say to Scott Mitchell, I don't think you can take this out.
100.
Come on then, pal, what you got?
$97.
But all of a sudden, things are just getting a little bit difficult for Scott Mitchell. Going to have to find at least 15 points on that average just to be competitive at the moment. Because Wickenden is finding his best when he needs it.
$100.
And the other thing as well is Scott hasn't played a lot of darts. He's been a full-time commentator recently. He's been spending a few weeks down here. He called the last couple of days of Lakeside. So
97.
He's kind of swapped the darts in his hand for a microphone in his hand. So I think he played County a couple of weeks ago. But other than that, I don't actually know how much he has thrown recently.
Yeah, I think he's had a a couple of Super League games and a county game
140.
sandwiched in between the microphone duties. But is that enough? Time will tell. I think today is so important for Scott just to get that rhythm back ahead of his Group C campaign.
94. Scott, you require
But
180.
it's effectively a free hit because he knows what's going to happen in the next couple of days. But you want to try and leave some kind of statement if you can. And the other thing as well, importantly, is what
58.
he doesn't want the mentality to be from the other players in the room is he's coming in to step in. Oh no, he wants to be here to compete. Chris looking to complete a 4-1 victory with what would be a second ton-plus finish of the match. But Mitchell will return for 60 to bring it back to 3-2.
20 in tops. It's going to be 2 darts at tops. But Mitchell,
40.
he can't find it. So Chris Wickenden comes back, looking at the same target that Mitchell has just missed for 4-1. Tens. Now he's chasing. Now it gets tricky.
35.
And that's why 3 match darts have come
20.
and they have gone for pugs. And now Mitchell looking to punish.
The door's been opened. But Mitchell's had to shuffle across because have a look at that angle. He's not got a lot to aim at. And to be honest, he's done well to get it there.
Require 5.
I think he threw that dart from Port Solent.
Double 2 for the win. They say 2s never lose. But it's not going to seal Wickenden the win, and so he has to head to the madhouse to seal a 4-1 win against Scott Mitchell. Real good performance as well. It dipped to 90 because of a few missed darts towards the finishing line, but you can't discredit how good a performance that was from Pugs in the end. For Scott Mitchell, 2 defeats from 2. Chris Wickenden, a 4-1 victory with a 90 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles, and that 112 finish in there as well. Coming up after the break, John Henderson, 4 points behind Andreas Harrison at the top of the table, takes on another Andreas in Toff Jorgensen next.
Welcome back. So 6 games down on the final day of Group A for week 6 of Series 6. And here's what's happened so far. Quite dominant wins, really, all the way through. 4-2 the first match in favour of Andreas Toth Jorgensen, the closest game so far. All the rest of them have been 4-1 or 4-0. That whitewash win went the way of John Henderson against Bradley Roos. Both Henderson and Andreas Harrison winning each of their opening fixtures. They're going to meet in their 4th game today. Henderson needs to remain hot on the heels of Harrison to have any chance of topping the group, and plays Andreas Toth Jorgensen in the next fixture. In terms of the table, Harrison does still have that healthy cushion. It's as you were, 4 points clear over Henderson. Both of them perfect so far, but as long as Harrison keeps winning, he'll be the one through to Saturday night. Bradley Roos on 12 points, threatened now by Toth Jorgensen on 10. Chris Wickenden has made it to 8. Scott Mitchell yet to get off the mark after replacing Norbert Attard, who unfortunately had to withdraw through illness. So Henderson, can he keep the pressure up on Andreas Harrison? We're about to find out, and I'm going to hand you back to our commentary team. It's Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And every game that John Henderson plays, the importance of winning it just gets bigger and bigger. He takes on Andreas Toth Jorgensen, who in his last match lost out to Andreas Harrison. The Tofty, well, hasn't quite been the ideal start today. He beat Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 2, but hasn't quite played at the level that we saw at times yesterday, whilst Henderson has set his stall out. An average of 97 against Chris Wickenden and an average of 93, 94 against Bradley Roos. He is beginning to really emerge into things. And on the business day, he's putting in some business-like performances.
Yeah, he is. But this is an intriguing one for me, Henry, because John Henderson gets the opportunity here to cut the gap to 2 points and ask the question of Andreas, because beforehand he could cut it to 4, but then Andreas played first to put it back to 6. This is the first chance he gets to really cut that gap and ask Harrison a question.
He plays Chris Wickenden next, so there was real positive signs in that game against Scott Mitchell last up.
Yeah, but he'll need to produce that kind of performance against Harrison. If he dips below, then it's going to be awkward. But if he produces that, then he could turn him over. And all of a sudden, Group A takes another twist.
Drama. It's all the drama, Phil. We love it.
Drama? No, surely not.
Never drama than you're around, is there?
Misunderstood me.
88.
But this has been a positive enough start, this for Andreas. Taking advantage of John Henderson, who's been a bit slow out the traps to start.
137. Andreas records 74.
Yeah, he leaves a finish, but he may not get a go. 5-5 for Toth Jorgensen, and that's the issue when you start chasing around the board. Hendo. 72. Which way is he going to go? Oh, that would have been exquisite from the Highlander.
Required 5.
So down for 2-2 for Tofty to lead 1-0, and Henderson, who'd burn an opportunity to the 1-2-9, nearly putting off the exquisite double-double act, well, finds himself a leg down to Andreas Toth Jorgensen.
The trouble is, he's got to do that leg after leg against Henderson. It's okay doing it for the first one, but he's going to have to potentially do that over 7 legs.
40.
And you can't afford any kind of ill fortune like that either.
$96.
One of those games where you've got to be on it from first start to last, especially in this type of format. You can't afford any lapses in concentration.
9.
It's the second 9 of the week.
John Henderson just continues to find trebles.
130.
Moved his average now up to 106.12. Has left himself
57.
135 after 9.
135.
Yeah, no. Didn't need to go the ball route. This is absolutely sublime from Hendo.
111.
There is a chasm between the players. 371 points, in fact, between the two players
42.
in this leg.
Joining required 24.
As Henderson double 12 for a level game. Finds
Henderson on
double
the
6
second
with
leg.
his second dart.
John Henderson.
John Henderson levels up, and the average is just under 102 right now
It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
from Henderson, and Toff Jorgensen needs to find something more and a lot more at the moment.
51.
The gaps really are becoming apparent. Perhaps make an argument here, Phil, that John Henderson may well put in the best performance ever by a player to not won a Group A.
Yeah, there's been a few over the last 18 months, but this is right up there from Hendo.
I always thought the baseline was
85.
that week. Barry Van Peer came second to Jacob Taylor, and we saw the sort of stuff Barry was doing that week, but Jacob's consistency got him over the line. And it's kind of been a similar story this week, where Hendo's putting in the flashy performances on Wednesday, but Andreas has just been his rock of consistency. He's hardly been able to barge in below the 90 mark all week.
And that 140 puts the average over the 106 mark now from Henderson. Another for double 8.
96.
But tees up tops.
Leisure require 110.
And these are the types of scraps that Andreas may well be fed on, and the types of scraps that he needs to take from the table, but he's not on this occasion. And Henderson leaving tops after 12, and when he's in the groove, you don't expect to miss. Like that.
On the third leg.
Never ever
John Henderson.
a question mark on that finish. You just knew it was going to go. It's a breaker throw from Henderson.
Fourth leg, it's John.
The average is still over 106.
Could be a long way back now for Andreas, you feel.
John Henderson is absolutely cooking right now.
59.
He's cooking on gas as a Highlander. He's getting better. That's the scary thing. Every single time that we glance over at the averages on our screen, it gets higher and higher, and we can show you it now, 107.44.
86.
It's a special performance so far from Hendo. Needs to find a treble.
60.
Oh, the average plummets to a measly 104.
It happens every time we show that graphic, Phil.
59.
Maybe we'll just never show that graphic again, and we'll have like some stupid averages like Daryl Pilgrim did that time.
Or Steve West after 3 legs on Saturday.
Yeah, that was
100.
stupid, that was.
Needs to find another treble. He can't do it, so the 107 doesn't need to go from Hendo. But oh, now he can't finish. He's made a mess of that one.
50.
First real bad visit of the match, really, for John Henderson, but he still leaves himself 57. He's going to get a couple of darts at tops to lead 3-1.
41.
Should get a couple of darts. Don't miss the big number. And doesn't. So it is tops for Hendo. And it is 3-1.
John Henderson.
John Henderson is in complete control of this contest.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw
Really
first.
making a move right now. Won his last game 4-0. This one 3-1 up. Just asking the questions.
140.
Will Harrison have the answers?
And weirdly enough, the story of today has kind of gone against the grain of the rest of the group, where we saw some real competitive days on
81.
Monday and Tuesday. We saw a fair number of 4-3s, particularly on Monday. But today, there's been some real onslaughts. We've had a 4-2 in the
100.
first game, but since then, the results have been either 4-1 or 4-0.
55.
Yeah, the players have come to party here on the final day of Group A at the MODUS Super Series.
105.
25 leaves on 156. Needs a couple of trials to actually leave him on a double as opposed to the
60.
bullseye.
Andreas Schiavak 156.
And he's got time in this leg. It's a rare off leg from Henderson.
60. 100.
As I say, only a max
96.
would have hurt Toff Jorgensen in that situation.
87.
That's where his board management has to be better. Henderson, not on a finish, shouldn't be anywhere near leaving 9. And that's the difference right now.
9.
He's just that management.
Just about squeezed it in
Range
the
on the
1, but
fifth
then he
leg.
makes no mistake on the
Andreas
double
Toff
4.
Jorgensen.
Good composure there with the second dart from Andreas, because how many times do we see that first dart become precarious and the
against
second and
John to
third
throw
become
first.
nervy as a
Game on.
consequence? 3-2 it is. Henderson with the darts.
Yeah, he got away with it, but now he has to do it on the Henderson throw.
140.
As John scores his 4th 140 of this contest.
96.
Any surprise is he's not at a max yet.
Other side, John, other side.
26.
Right, they're coming up after this.
58.
Andreas Harrison and Chris Rickenden. And the pressure will then be on the Swede, assuming Henderson wins this game.
123.
Almost right on cue, the max.
Can assure you he hasn't got an earpiece in.
140.
But now has 6 darts to dismiss of 212 points and bag himself 2 points in the table. It's a
98.
huge last dart from Hendo.
$90. John Everett 114.
114. Treble 18 would leave tops. It's not going to go. So all of a sudden, Andreas Toff Jorgensen has an outside chance of sending us the way, all the way.
117.
But again, it's been these types of mid-range finishes, which he's been restricted to. But he's going to get a dart at tops, which goes just above. His head is in his hands as he sees Henderson come back for the match. And the way he's been playing, 3 from 7 on the doubles, you do not expect a miss, especially on tops. Especially when he's in that kind of mood, as John Henderson moves to within a couple of points of Andreas Harrison at the top of the table, getting the better of Andreas Toff Jorgensen by 4 legs to 2, an average of 94.01, 50% when it came to the finishing for Andreas. Was outscored in that game, and so the opportunities weren't quite there, and when he did, he only took 2 from 7 on the doubles. Coming up after the break, Andreas Harrison and Chris Wickenden go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where John Henderson keeps putting on the pressure, but Andreas Harrison seems to keep batting it away. Can he do that one more time ahead of their showdown later on? If he can, then it's all in his hands. But if Chris Wickenden can spring a surprise here, then things start to get very, very interesting for the end of the Group A action. Wickenden takes on Harrison in the Battle of the Beards, and guiding you through this one, it's back to Henry and Phil.
Thank you very much, Chris. And here we go, everyone. Henderson has cut the gap to 2 points and has asked the question. Now it's time to see if Harrison has the answers and if Chris Wickenden can produce the kind of performance he did last time out, averaging over the 90 mark. This could then get interesting.
A win for Harrison here sets up what would be a tantalising match in a couple of games' time when Henderson and Harrison do go toe-to-toe. It's as simple as this. 2 wins for Andreas, and he is into tomorrow night's final. Sounds simple, but your sense it's not going to be quite as...
I think if he wins this one, it's done. I think this is the one that Mitchell has to pin his hopes on. Mitchell, if...
He's had a good day today.
He has, yeah. I was looking at his notes, that's why. This is the one that Henderson has to pin his hopes on. I think 60. If Harrison comes through this one, then the writing's on the wall, because a win then for John Henderson isn't enough. Where if Harrison slips here,
180.
Not looking likely at the moment, and then Hendo can get a win, all of a sudden Henderson will be top because of the legs difference. So
100. Andreas should require 81.
But Harrison starting as he means to go on. There were shoots of recovery for Chris Wickenden in his previous match against Scott
45.
Mitchell. His average north of 90. Had a ton plus checkout in there. 4 out of 8 when it came to the double. And a couple of those missed doubles as well were for the match in the end.
139.
It's double 18
36.
for an opening holder throw. This can go wrong.
Game shot on the first,
but not on Dirty Harry's watch.
Harrison.
I'll tell you what, we don't see that often from Andreas Harrison. A little bit of a fist bump and a little bit of a let out of emotion.
Obviously, there's a monitor in the players' room that they see everything. They know, and I think he knows the importance of this game, because it would restore a 4-point gap.
59.
And as you mentioned in the last game, he's the type of player whose game is built on such consistency that when you do get him out in front, he's so hard to reel back in. And look, John Henderson's actually proven that point for us, isn't he? When you look at the numbers that he's put in over the last couple of days, but he still hasn't been able to suppress the Swede.
No, and Wickenden will just want to hold throw here. Doesn't want to be giving
135
Harrison leads, because then he's hard to reel in. So big passage of play here, and so far on throw, Chris Wickenden has been sensational. But Harrison fires in his second max of this contest, and all of a sudden the pressure is back on.
This really is a proper ding-dong as Wickenden hits a 140, leaving on 42 after 12, and you'd expect Harrison to be left on a similar type of number, or at least something handy. He needs to find a treble here. Judy obliges last dart in hand, so pressure on this 42.
2 darts, double 16 for a level game.
26. Require
opportunity 81. Missed. Is Harrison going to punish? We all know the outcome here, surely.
Game on the second leg.
And that's why he's top of the group. The Super Swede punishes the mistake from Wickenden, and it was clinical from Dirty Harry, and all of a sudden, John Henderson's hopes may be evaporating.
28 darts to take Harrison to the halfway point in this match. Back-to-back 14, see him 2-0 to the good. And Wickenden himself is averaging 102.
41.
A couple of missed darts at a double, and he has been royally punished.
Yeah.
140.
You just sensed, didn't you, as soon as Wickenden missed those 2 darts at double 16, you just knew subconsciously that Harrison was going to punish because he understands the importance of this particular tie.
Bit of a late bloomer to the sport, Andreas Harrison, but goodness me, is he building a head of steam now as he heads into his late 40s, and his average now is 117. He's on for a potential 11 dart leg on the back of 2 14s, and if he takes this out in 2, we could be talking about some stratospheric numbers, but he's missed the big number. So it's only 1 at tops.
40.
I think it's okay in this one. He's got a bit of time on his side. It's only a maximum that applies pressure. And that's not there.
45.
So Harrison coming back. Double 10. 3-0. Now double 5. Oh, he split it. He's done the sensible play.
12.
The average has plummeted.
Rubbish. It's 104. No good, Andreas. Got an Andreas fault now.
59.
But it's next door to his favourite double on the board. But he's not been put under any pressure in this leg. There's been no sense of urgency, and he can still spend a little bit more time. Remember, he had an opportunity to win the leg in 12. He missed the big number for a dart at an 11 dart leg.
100.
Surely this time. For Dirty Harry.
Game's on the 3rd leg.
There it is.
Andreas Harrison.
It is 3-0 to the Super Swede.
4th leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on. $28. 100.
Wickenden's not played bad here, but he trails 3-0 to an inspired Harrison.
A victory in this one
41.
for the Swede would lead to a winner takes it all game against John Henderson in a couple of matches' time. Yes, I went there, Phil.
100.
You are joining us during your lunch break here at the Super Series.
57.
Do drop us a subscribe on the YouTube channel if you are watching there. There'll be plenty of bonus content for your enjoyment over the next few days. The last few days of
100.
Super Series action in 2023 before we have a well overdue break for Christmas. Well, for some there is. For Phil, it's his busiest time of the year.
I was going to say, I'm not sure where this is.
Going to darts tournaments is your holiday these days, isn't it?
16 days in the Big Brother house.
60.
Well, he's hit 2 1-4-1s this week, Andreas Harrison, and if he finds a hat-trick here, he'll complete a 4-0 rout
100.
of Chris Wickenden.
141. 55.
I mean, had to have a little glance there. Couldn't see the last dart.
Chris playing to his numbers this week, around about 82.5.
Andreas require 86.
But it's not been enough against Andreas Harrison, who's playing to his numbers for the week, 92. Double 16 for the match and a 4-0 win to put Harrison on the hill. He is now a win away from progressing his way through to Saturday night's final. And the Super Swede just continues to perform to an ultra consistent and an ultra good level of 92.5 average. 33% on the finishing, and that was after a leg where he really was scrapping around the doubles as well. He's beaten Chris Wickenden by 4 legs to 0 to put himself onto 22 points in the group. Coming up after the break, Bradley Roos and Scott Mitchell go toe-to-toe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Scott Mitchell just has enjoyed watching the players on that stage so much he's decided to join them. Slow start though from Mitchell in Group A. He will be back in Group C for the rest of the week, trying to find his way through to finals night. What a bonus opportunity for him. He takes on Bradley Roos in his third match of the day. Roos was in contention to win this group at the start of the day, but is no more, and really now trying to hang on to a spot in Group B. Talking you through all the action are Henry Deacon and Phil Bars.
Thanks, Murph. Well, it was either Scott or me that was going to be throwing on the stage today, and I think we'd know which we'd rather watch. Bradley Roos in action, and he's had a day really to forget so far. He's lost both his matches. He's only won a couple of legs so far today, and from possibly having an outside look at winning the group, he is now lurking over his shoulder to see how Andreas Toff Jorgensen can put pressure on him for the race for Group B. But luckily for him, the top two have been so dominant today that those in behind have failed to pick up the required victories. But what says you in this one, Phil? At some point you expect once Scott gets into the flow that we'll see some kind of big performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about it during his last game, that it's that mentality of getting here this morning to commentate. I'm sat in his seat. He's done all his notes, all of his prep. So that it's about flicking that switch that he wasn't expected to.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
it can be
Game
tough.
on.
So you're going to take credit for all of his notes then?
Absolutely.
Magpie.
100.
It's like the old school. He didn't put his name on the top of the sheet and mine's now on it.
Yeah, we're in the days of computers, so we could cut and paste the homework and just add some scribbles in the middle of it.
43.
Now kids don't even do their own homework. They just copy and paste something else and the AI rewrites it for them.
Dissertation, anyone? Dissertation? Well, the best one
60.
was you go in the dictionary because you weren't allowed to use the same word so many times, and you put synonyms for said word you want to use again.
$140.
If Scott Mitchell loses this game, he'll have an unwanted record of
56.
finishing 7th in Group A. You'd be not even in the relegation zone. You'd be in, well, you'd be in Davy Jones's locker.
It's interesting. Obviously, Scott Mitchell recently
134.
transitioning to a new set of
138.
darts and was speaking to him that he's actually happy with them. Now, it took a little bit of adjusting from the prototype set into finally what he wants, but now he's finally happy
43.
with his setup.
Ready require 151.
How's Bradley going to feel about this 151? Looking for treble 18. Would have given him a dart at tops. Mitchell back for 95.
111.
Bullseye there for Bradley. Leaves himself on tops just in case. Oh, he's strayed the other side, and that 25 was the perfect guide for the bullseye last dart if he found the single.
55.
Again, he's got greedy to chase the treble. Should have been plonked one in the big 20, especially where dart 1 was lying.
Game shot.
I'm sure that's the sort of thing he would have been saying if he was in the commentary box, but lead by example, Scotty, as Bradley takes the lead 1-0, pinning tops.
Can I get Scott to throw
Or
first?
do as I say, not as I do.
Easy being sat in here, Phil, isn't it?
Absolutely.
43.
Of course, Champions Week is on the horizon now. All the glitz and glamour of
100.
getting yourself there, and tickets are already selling for Champions Week. If you scan that QR code there, we'll take you through to dartshop.tv where you can get your Saturday night tickets for the rest of Series 6 and get your Champions Night ticket early. Remember, tickets are complimentary, just a £2 booking fee and 3 drinks for a tenner. What a night out at the darts for under 15 quid.
96.
Absolute bargain here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, why don't you make the live lounge something on your bucket list at some point in 2024? Love to
41.
welcome you. We're down in Portsmouth in Hampshire and the south coast of England. Plenty of local amenities nearby. It's located just to the outskirts of the city,
138.
around a mile from Fratton Park Football Stadium and about a couple of miles to the north of the Spinnaker Tower, perhaps the biggest landmark in the city. So an essential enough
41.
location.
Bradley require 167.
And Bradley may want the centre with the board after a couple of trebles, if he decides to go for it, of course.
$60.
Yeah. Scott Mitchell's scoring power has deserted him here in leg 2. Can he find another treble? No is the
95.
answer.
Bradley require 107.
So Bradley Uruz has 6 darts to get rid of 107. May only need the 3. It's going to be a dart at double 16 for 2-0.
75.
And again, I like that play. It's a professional miss. It's on the outside. He's coming back with no drama.
This could be back-to-back 16s for Bradley if he can pin the double 16 with dart 16.
32.
With 2-0 lead. Up for 8s. And Mitchell precariously lurking back on
Gage on the
86.
second
He
leg.
didn't want to
Bradley Rose.
faff about, and there will be no faffing from Bradley to lead 2-0 and to get the break on Scotty Dog.
Furler gets Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and also this is a huge game in that race for Group B for Bradley Ruse.
60.
Bradley wins this fixture, then Chris Wickenden will have his Group C place confirmed. It's felt like that was going to be the case of him for a while,
140.
but he'll have that set in writing.
Yeah, and
97.
if Bradley goes on to win this, he's got a much healthier leg difference over Andreas Toff Jorgensen as well, to the point where it's almost as good as an extra point.
140.
Back-to-back 140s here for Scott Mitchell. Begin the third leg. Could threaten the break back.
100.
Would return the game to throw. The next visit for the pair could well be crucial to see where the tide lays in this leg. A
60.
dry visit for Mitchell has opened up the door for the Dutchman.
It's a huge visit there from Bradley
Scott
Ruse.
161.
His throw was under the cosh, but now, has he done enough for 3-0?
55.
Maybe
Bradley required
104
104.
to put himself on the cusp. How much can he see of that treble 20? Not a lot is the answer. Mitchell
88. Scott, you require
may get a dart
106.
to break straight back.
Treble 18. With left double 16. And so Bradley's back for 3-0. And we were speaking about the
58.
sluggish start that he was
Bradley
making to
requires
the day. But credit's got to go where credit's due. He's really up the performance levels here. And he's
Gage on
3-0
the
to the
third
good.
leg.
Sneaking that
Bradley
dart
Rose.
into the bottom corner of the double 8. Averaging 92.02. 60% on the finishing. A second 16
Well,
dart
Scott
leg of
to
the
throw
match.
first.
He
Game
leads 3-0. He's a happier man now.
Yeah, and all of a
41.
sudden, Group A is almost set in stone. I say almost because there's still some outside chances, but it's looking fairly uniformed
60.
right now.
The I's have been dotted, but the T's may well be crossed in the next couple of games. Especially the next one. It's Henderson-Harrison, where the Swede can
100.
rather stamp his place into Saturday night's final. I'm getting ahead of myself for the finals tomorrow.
45.
Mitchell just needs a spark. There's signs of some good stuff, but then it's not consistent
41.
enough. We all know Scott's level is well above this. But like we say, prep time, not there. Where when he plays, he's normally one of the first in the venue in the morning and
140.
likes to get on the board and just settle himself, and that wasn't there today.
Well, I tell you, he wasn't told till around about 20 to 9 this morning that he was going to be
42.
playing. In fact, we were recording a piece of content, me and Scott together, when he got the call to say he was playing. So he's had less than an hour really to prepare for his first game against Andreas Harrison.
100.
Well, that's a task, isn't it, when you're undercooked?
I know that feeling because I got the call straight after.
Couldn't dash down the road
41.
quick enough,
Bradley
could you,
require
Phil?
156.
This could be a dash towards the line for Bradley Ruse.
Joined some H2O this morning.
140.
A new favourite drink, isn't it?
It is.
Not a monster anymore, Phil.
I know, changed man.
And Bradley Roos looks like a changed man from his early on performances.
25.
If he can pin
Bradley
double
requires
eight first
16.
dart, he'll be his third 16 darter of the match.
No
But he's
score.
past it. He's dipped too far below, but with Mitchell languishing back on 211, he's going to get another go.
And this time you would expect him to complete the challenge.
57. Bradley requires 16.
No messing about
Game
that
shot on the
time, and Bradley
match.
gets a better with Scott
Bradley
Mitchell
Roos.
by 4-0, and that ensures that Scotty Dog is going to finish bottom of the group. There's the Bradley Roos celebration, the trademark celebration for the Dutchman, an 88 average, 50% on the finishing. Solid performance that from Bradley in that one. But coming up next, this could be the game that decides the group. Andreas Harrison, a victory away from Saturday night's final, takes on John Henderson, who needs to be perfect from here on in.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've already played 9 matches today, and the big one is next. Here is what has happened so far. An early win for Andreas Toff Jorgensen over Bradley Roos, and that was followed for Roos with defeat to John Henderson. It put his Group B place in peril, but he has gone and beaten Scott Mitchell 4-0. Mitchell didn't really have the preparation, the late call to join this group, and he is going to finish 7th in a 6-player group, unfortunately for Scott, but we will see him in Group C. Chris Wickenden also beating Scott Mitchell 4-1, but Henderson and Harrison, well, they just keep winning. 4-2 Henderson against Andreas Toff Jorgensen, and a 4-0 win for Harrison against Wickenden. So Henderson and Harrison about to play next, and the pair of them have produced some fantastic darts so far this week. Both players have been just winning machines and finishing machines. John Henderson showing what he can do with some incredible checking out, and Andreas Harrison on the 1-4-1. Well, it's been his shot. Had it at the end of a 9-darter earlier in the week, and he hit it again. Hendo earlier today produced a real champagne shot of a 1-3-2, pinning the bullseye in his win against Wickenden. But the win against John Henderson last night for Andreas Harrison, well, that was an enormous victory. It means that he's got this buffer, and if he beats him again, he will win the group and book his place at finals night. That's because of the little lead he has in the table, a 4-point gap between them. But if Henderson can win it, he can close the gap, hope for a favour in the final match, and his leg difference isn't far off from Andreas Harrison, who plays Bradley Roos in third place in his last match of this group. So will it be on, or will it be over after this one? We are about to find out as Henderson meets Harrison, and talking you through this enormous game, it's our big match commentary team, Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so it may well all come down to this. These two have been poles apart, really, in terms of the torch-bearing standard at the top of Group A. And they go toe-to-toe at the end of Wednesday. And perhaps fitting, it's the game that may well dictate the destiny of who does what for the rest of the week.
Absolutely. And one thing that may come into play in this game is that John has the darts, has to take advantage of that. And I just feel that this is all on the first two legs, that if Hendo can keep him at bay,
180
already. I'd say if he can keep him at bay, then he's got a huge chance. But you can't let Harrison dominate this early exchange.
43.
And Henderson setting his stall out right from the get-go. He had 2 ton-plus finishes in this game yesterday, Hendo, and that was to keep him in the game. It was the match of the day yesterday. Harrison averaging 99.5, Henderson 96. Andreas, who raced off to a fast start. Ultimately, that was the difference in the end as we went all the way to a last leg decider.
44.
Henderson racing his way back, but following the 180 for Henderson, it's just gone a little bit quiet, and
100.
It's allowed Harrison back into this opening leg. It's been a bit of a tepidly treacherous start for the pair.
Yeah, I think they're both fully aware of what is on this game as well. And if you're Hendo, look, you know this is a must-win. But also, psychologically, if he can put in a big performance
123.
and inflict a big defeat, then it may just get Harrison thinking going into that game against Bradley Roos.
And Bradley turned it on a little bit more in that last match as well against Scott Mitchell. And he's the type of player that can provide a big performance from anywhere. But this would be a big break for Andreas Harrison in the first leg. The 139 isn't going to go. And all day, Henderson has been threatening finishes on this range.
This has to go. This has to go.
82.
Oh, big moments there. John Henderson has missed the dart at tops for the opener. And Harrison steps in, and it is a break of throw. All of a sudden, John Henderson's hopes are fading and fading fast.
Andreas to throw first.
And even a bad leg for Andreas Harrison is 1 in 16 as Henderson bites his flights in the background.
55.
You can definitely sense an air of angst and anxiety from both players, knowing the significance of this one. You could just tell in the facials.
It feels like extra time when teams know penalties on the horizon and don't want to lose, and they're cautious, and this just feels very cautious at the moment.
It feels like both players don't want to lose as opposed to they want to win.
60.
I can understand that from Harrison, but Hendo has to win.
That's his first max of the match. Puts him in pole position in leg 2. And he's going to get 6 to double his lead.
134.
Staggers me sometimes the way that players can just switch it on from
95.
nowhere.
Yeah, and this has been fabulous from Andreas Harrison.
140.
Pressure applied from Hendo.
Pressure required 74.
But is the Swede up to it? 20 in tops. Oh. Is that the
22.
mistake?
Johnny
And it
required
happened
67.
a second time. And so if he comes back, he's got to spurn another dart. But that's assuming he comes back. Because Henderson has got a dart at tops.
27.
But it's a rare miss on that
Required
target today
52.
for the Highlander.
Come back to that in a second. But it is going to be 2 darts at tops
Gage
for
on the
Andreas
second
Harrison.
leg. Andreas Harrison.
And it is 2-0 to the Super Swede. He is halfway to winning Group A.
Well, against John
But
to
John
throw
Henderson has
first.
had darts at a double first in both these 2 legs. It could be 2-0 the other way. And there could be a whole
100.
different story being written. But right now, the only one that is celebrating and writing the happy ending is Andreas Harrison. 2 legs away
140.
from Saturday night's final.
Sport is about fine margins, and both players have had 2 darts at a double. John Henderson has missed both of his.
97.
Andreas Harrison has taken both of his. And may have just, or may begin to look at taking the ascendancy on the Henderson throw. If he found a couple of trebles, he would have
100.
dictated proceedings. But this third leg is very much up in the offing. It's a leg that, quite simply put, Henderson has to win.
Without question.
58.
Look, we all know that Hendo has gears, but in this form, I don't think he can win 4 on the spin against Andreas Harrison.
55.
And for all the praise we heaped on the shoulders of John Henderson for the way he came out the gate today and the performances that he's put in so far today,
81.
his lowest numbers have come in the game that has mattered the most.
$100.
This has to be big.
$85.
Does that last dart save his skin? Treble 18 would have left double 16. So all of a
43.
sudden,
Johnny required
John
80.
Henderson has a lifeline.
It may well just be the solitary dart, or it may be nothing at all, because again, it's a slip into the wrong segment, but he recovers to hit the
58.
treble 19, but he just grazes the
Pressure
double
required
11.
63.
And so Harrison for the double break, a 3-0 lead, and to put him a leg away from qualification. Treble 9 for double 18. He'll do anything
Gage
to
on the
leave that
third
double.
leg.
And even when he
Andreas
misses on the
Harrison.
inside, he'll find the double 9. And Andreas Harrison now is at the point that he would have craved and
Well, then it's
dreamed of on
Andreas
Monday
to throw
morning,
first.
throwing
Game on.
for a place in Saturday's final.
The champagne
60.
corks are ready to be popped in the Harrison camp. This match could have so easily been
55.
the scoreline the other way, but it is Harrison who has won all the big moments, had done all the right things when it matters.
As
96.
Hendo just began to run out of gas a little bit. He's put on such an assault, but maybe the damage was done on Monday. He was 5th in the table. It wasn't as if he was playing bad. It was just his opponents just found something more surmountable.
180.
But one thing we do know is there'll be a never die spirit from the Highlander.
Oh, he'll still believe,
60.
but there's a difference between believing and being able to do it. I still believe I can play, and we've all seen where that ends.
That's why he didn't get the call up today. Scott did, as Henderson goes back to back on the 180s. He's threatening a break of his own.
45.
Potential 11
Johnny
dart
Maguire,
leg incoming
86.
here. And he has got time. Andreas has had an off leg.
Game
But
shot
John
on the
Henderson
fourth
was
leg.
red hot. So that's
John
an 11
Henderson.
darter to bring a break back, to make it 3-1, and just to keep Andreas Harrison thinking.
Fifth leg, it's
Eye
John to
contact
throw
there
first.
between the pair,
Game on.
but they both know this is full business.
And Hendo will be thinking, where was this finishing
100.
in the first three? Because it was clinical then on the 86. And he's had opportunities. Could be a game of what ifs for Hendo.
140.
Henderson was 3-0 down in this game yesterday, took out 2-ton pluses. Now we're back-to-back. The 1-2-1 and the 104 to send us to a last leg decider. But Harrison then, the lead that he accrued, he managed to hold his nerve right at the very end.
140.
Needs another. Finds another.
21.
This leg is in the balance. Has that balance just tipped towards the Super Swede?
180.
Stupendous timing. And Henderson, who won the last leg with an 11, may well see his game end with his opponent hitting an 11.
90.
Andreas Harrison
Require 41.
is a couple of darts away now from tomorrow night's final. Double 16, 2 8s.
25. Johnny require
Two
95.
championship darts have come and gone. Can Hendo step in? No is the
55.
answer.
And so Harrison,
16.
to qualify himself into finals night. And the
Game
Super Swede
shot and the
returns to the
match.
Saturday night
Andreas
setup
Harrison.
as Andreas Harrison makes his way through to finals night. He has been ultra consistent. He's been the dominant force, and he gets the better of John Henderson, who is his closest fighter in that race for top spot. An average of 87.12, 4 from 9 on the finishing. To get the better of John Henderson, who had darts to win most of the legs in play, but was unable to take the opportunities. Harrison then is in to Saturday night's final. And when we return after the break, we're going to see Scott Mitchell and Andreas Toff Jorgensen go toe-to-toe.
And so it will be a Super Series finals night for Andreas Harrison on the stage here at the Live Lounge. He is through, and John Henderson will play in Group B. Scott Mitchell and Andreas Toff Jorgensen next on the stage in the Group A action. We already know that Mitchell will fulfill his duties in Group C for the rest of the week. It's a practice day really for Mitchell, coming in as a late replacement for Norbert Attard, who was unwell. But for Andreas Toff Jorgensen, well, he can still make it through to Group B, but has to win this game to have any chance. In fact, has to win both of his games and hope that Bradley Roos loses both of his. So it's looking like most things are pretty much sorted, and they could all be sorted if Mitchell wins this match. But on hand to guide you through every dart, it is Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Well, Scott Mitchell is hoping to be the Denmark of darts, isn't he? Wasn't meant to be here. Didn't qualify to be here. Wasn't meant to be participating this week, but could go on and win the jackpot. A bit like Denmark did back at Euro 92. Never qualified for the tournament. They finished second in qualification to Yugoslavia, who were kicked out of the tournament. And what did? They beat one of the best Germany sides in history to win the tournament.
One of the
First leg,
World
it's
Cup
Scott to
90
throw first.
Germany side for something else.
Game
Show my
on.
age now.
Mitchell with the darts.
45.
As for Andreas, is it about trying to get a couple of good performances under his belt to
140.
ready himself for... It can still be Group B, but what looks like a Group C campaign.
Yeah, and also that if Scott can put in a good performance here, it just taps
41.
Andreas on the shoulder and says, I beat you yesterday.
$56.
I'm really intrigued to see Group C tomorrow. We got 2 stars of the World Seniors there, no matter what. Scott Mitchell and Richie Houghton in proceedings, and 2 well experienced campaigns. You've got the eccentric flair with Justin Smith, who I'm intrigued to see because we've seen him win a week here at the Super Series, but maybe he hasn't kicked on in 2023 in the way that maybe we expected him to.
I'm expecting a very good Justin Smith over the next 2 days. Been chatting with him quite a lot recently. Been putting in a lot of hard work.
26.
I'm expecting a good version of the Bearded Dragon tomorrow.
I know he was very upset with the way things went last time here, and he's the type of player that if he's got a bit of a bee in his bonnet, you'll get a reaction out of him.
Well, it was actually that set him off, because he openly admitted coming into the last time he was here, he hadn't played much. But he got better and better as the week went on because he was playing. And I think, and I hope, the penny dropped. But I need more time on the board, and that's what he's done. So I'm expecting a good version.
33.
We're seeing a good version of Andreas in this first leg. Missed double 18 to win it. Mitchell 111 for the first leg. Gone 19 to leave himself double 16 when I think everybody expected him to go for tops.
Required 36.
2 18s for Andreas.
Game show on the first.
1-0 for breaker throw. Well, yesterday Scott Mitchell was telling everybody where to go for shots and just missed the 111 shot.
It's Andreas to throw first.
And because he works here, he knows where the camera is as well.
Catch it on that camera shot.
58.
Well, we've got David Schlichting here tomorrow, so that camera is going to be, well, it's going to be an overdrive in terms of usage. I hope our social media team are alert, because David will be
81.
Very eager to give us some content on the Oki over the next couple of days. So I hope that they're switched on for a couple of sessions.
59.
I'd like Johnny Clayton to come and play here just for a session. Imagine the camera shots we'd get.
Well, we haven't seen the Bradley Roos celebration yet today.
60.
He was telling me about that celebration he did yesterday with the 3 index fingers, and apparently it's something to do with his friendship
57.
group, and basically they're like for a particular chain of fast food restaurant. All I'm saying is that he's loving life at the Super Series. Get the hits.
41.
But it is Toff Jorgensen who is keeping his hopes alive.
93.
Still dreaming of that Group B place, although it's an outside chance right now. It's still there at the moment.
133. 89.
Mitchell is forging a break-back opportunity here on the Toff Jorgensen darts.
133. Andreas, you reckon 145.
Unless he can take a roof raiser out, and he can't. So Mitchell would expect 2 darts at tops
65. Scott, you
on
reckon
the 53 combo. 13. Part 1 done. Tops for part 2. And it is a break straight back.
Scott Mitchell.
For Scotty Dog, level again at 1 apiece.
17 darter there for Scott Mitchell,
Well,
and you're saying,
Scott
yeah, that's
to
a bit
throw
more
first.
like it.
Game on.
Starting downstairs.
That says to me that he's not happy with his range, and he hasn't found the range.
33.
That's going downstairs to try and reset, refocus, or if he can find the range on a different target.
57.
And look, he'd be so much better for prep time. Well, I know that in terms of his commentary commitments, we were speaking yesterday, and I know that he was staying in a hotel on Thursday and Friday, so he'll have some arrangements anyway.
83.
And he can better prepare for proceedings. I mean, it's so hard to be just thrown in it the way that he has done this morning.
99.
What about me? I was thrown in. I made it fun.
No. You didn't throw in,
Oh.
you stepped in. In fact, you've probably got a harder job than him because you've got to put up with me all day.
Nah, that's the easy bit. Just take my headphones off.
60.
Not sure the mute button's going to help.
Yeah, and the fact that Scott has stayed there on the 19s is quite telling.
58.
That he's obviously comfortable doing it as well. Because why not have a duck in a Christmas tree?
140. Scott, you require 170.
Well, from the duck to the fish. This would be quackers if it went.
$98. Andreas, you require 145.
Andreas looking for the 145 to break. Is it going to happen? And so Mitchell returns for 72 to go 2-1 in
87.
front.
Scott, you require 72.
Big moments here for Scott. This should give him some confidence. Another for tops. Tops to lead.
32.
Not this time.
Andreas, you require 58.
And so Andreas has a couple of darts, so will be a third consecutive break at the beginning of this match. But the problem of missed big numbers continues to arise. But he pins the tops perfectly with the last dart. Gets the break, leads 2-1. A little bit of a laugh and a joke between the pair.
First. Game on.
Yeah, and Mitchell has had chances, but can't convert them.
60.
And 3 breaks a throw in the first 3 legs of this tie means Toff Jorgensen leads again.
$140.
And coming up after this, Chris Wickington against Bradley
74.
Roos. Scott Mitchell up against John Henderson. Bradley will be back in action against Andreas Harrison to complete his victory lap in the group. And the final game will see Andreas take on Chris.
180.
It's his first max of the match.
$119. 53. 100.
So,
Scott, you require 128.
For a fourth break of throw. You can see that Scott's overthinking this right now because he's thrown some good stuff, but it's been a bag of spanners in between, and you can see that from that reaction that he can't work out why it's
41.
so inconsistent right now.
140.
And to a certain extent, because of the position he's in, you can almost try too hard to justify things. You almost want to prove a point too much.
81. Scott, you require 87.
Gone for 3 17s. For double 18.
Game
Which
shot
has
on the
kind of been
fourth
the double of choice in this
Scott
group.
Mitchell.
As Mitchell makes it 4 breaks in a row. Level we are, 2-2.
And that's
Let
case in point
Scott
as well.
to
That
throw first.
when he gets
Game
it
on.
right, it's very good. But it's the bits in between that he can't work out.
$100. 100.
Referee Owen Binks today. Him and Charlie Corsafine mixing up the officiating this week.
61.
There he is. He was in Reading last night. It's the first time he's done any activity with those letters in the name.
60.
Of course, congratulations to Charlie on calling the Lakeside final
41.
before he steps up to other platforms.
77.
Yep, he's been a real star of the Super Series this year, has Charlie.
Of course, we've seen him referee on Premier League
59.
stages this year as well.
Yeah, big stage ref is Charlie. And we're very lucky to have him here at the Super Series.
140. $95.
This is going to be one of those games, isn't it, that we hit 7 legs and all 7 go against the darts.
It doesn't happen often here. It's kind of one of those once in a
56.
blue moon type fixtures.
145.
First dart's just dropping low a lot at the moment.
65. Andreas requires 68. $52.
Opportunity
Scott, you require
missed
80.
from Toff Jorgensen. He's gone for a cheeky tops with 3 in hand.
40. Andreas requires
Doesn't
16.
go. You could hear some oohs and ahs in the practice room next door to us as Toff Jorgensen comes back for double 8. What'll be a 5th break? Oh, what can you see of that?
No score.
Nothing.
And
Scott, you require
Scotty going
40.
tops with 3 in hand. Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
And he has the
Change on
lead.
The 5th leg. Scott Mitchell.
And at last, it's a hold of throw.
6th leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
Andreas
Game
saying
on.
something to himself in the background. He knows that was opportunity missed.
I'm not fluent in Danish, so I couldn't tell you what he said, but I've probably got the gist of it.
100.
Not happy, I'd imagine.
Along those lines.
$55.
Well, Scott's been analysing frozen actions this week. Let's analyse Scott.
41.
Have a look at that. There's a real elegance and a real poise about the way that he gets to the oki.
Yeah, and what I like about it, the throw is very mechanical, and I mean that in the nice way, that it's very easy to replicate, and it is always replicated, even from his setup, where it's a straight walk on. He almost taps the oki with his toe, sets himself.
140.
There we go, walk up, tap the oki, set, and away we go. And that's why he's been at the level he has for so long, because the throw doesn't break down. Where we see other throws, then we say when it's on, it's brilliant, but when it breaks down, there's an issue. Scott doesn't have that problem. A bit like, and I mean this as in a massive compliment, like James Wade.
140.
It's so mechanical, and it just repeat, and that's why James Wade has stood the test of time as well, because the throw just doesn't break down.
World champion back in 2015. Amazing to think that's nearly 9 years ago that he picked up that Lakeside title. As Andreas looks for what would be only a second hold of the game to send us all the way. Double 10 is really taken out the 80 today. He's going to do it again. And we go all the way for the first time today.
7th and final against
Who says we don't give value for money here at the Super Series?
Well, usually on a Wednesday, we have about 10 of them by now.
$135.
Strong start to this deciding leg from Scott Mitchell.
$60.
And remember, a win here
60
for Mitchell would cement the groups.
$43.
If he gets over the line, it would mean Scott himself, Chris Wickenden and Andreas Toff Jorgensen would drop into Group C. Bradley Roos and John Henderson would go to Group B.
140.
And of course, Andreas Harrison will be sat around the pool on the cabana for 2 days, waiting for finals night.
Whereabouts in Portsmouth is he going?
Gonna find a nice country retreat somewhere.
So there's nowhere like that around here, especially this time of year.
100.
I can make anything look good on Photoshop.
Excuse me, that'd be a job of a lifetime. Well, to complete the job, Scott wants 66.
Scott requires 66.
It's going to be 2 at double 18. Only needs the one.
Match. Scott Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell gets the job done. It is his first win of the day, and that confirms our groups as well. So everything is done and dusted. Scotty Mitchell off the mark with his best performance of the day as well. 84-83 for Scotty Dog. But coming up after the break, we are going to see Chris Wickenden against Bradley Roos.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where everything is now set in stone for the rest of the week. We know Andreas Harrison has won the group and will be at finals night. John Henderson, therefore, will participate in Group B for the rest of the week. And this pair also know their destinations for Thursday and Friday. It's Roos against Wickenden. It will be B for Bradley and C for Chris. And guiding you through it, it's Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And here we go. Match 12 of 15 times. Flying by this morning, H.
Yeah, we've whizzed through the matches on Wednesday here at the Super Series. And both players know exactly what they're going to do tomorrow. Well, I suppose they have whizzed by for you, Phil, considering that you're on the half shift today.
That's what I do, isn't it? Big time now. I was like, nah, I'll just come in then. Gonna Jaden Sancho.
Well, at least you turned up. And Bradley has turned up late to the party.
Game on.
Strong in his first couple of games, but then with a 4-0 win against Scott Mitchell, averaged 88.41, 5-8 on the doubles. It was an improved performance. Chris Wickenden, there's signs, isn't there? But maybe just needs to up it a little bit.
Yeah, and it goes back to the point we were making earlier. It's the consistency level of him. The ceiling is very good, but that range is just too big. If he can just tighten that up, that I genuinely think he could be a very accomplished player.
Twice a winner on the ADC circuit this year, Chris Wickenden.
100.
Won Event 8 and Event 9 on the ADC Open Series. Beat Phil Borthwick 6-5 in the final of Event 8. And then Tom Cromwell,
24.
a player who we've seen here at the Super Series, 6-2 in Event 9.
$45. $140.
Bradley just looking more composed here than his last game.
$140. $60.
So Wickenden kicks on 173 to take out this opening leg. Starts down on the 19s and
58.
heads back upstairs the last, leads himself on 115. Bradley realistically needs a couple of trebles here.
44. Chris, you require
It's going to have 6 from here, Chris.
Yeah, and again, just has to be professional in this. Doesn't need to take any risks or anything like that. Just needs to tee it up.
59.
Again, the setup could have been better. He should have been on a dart to double instead of a 2-dart combination here.
60. Chris, you require 56.
Well, after today, the next time these two can meet is on Saturday night. So there's still an opportunity to leave a lasting impression. Miscalculated. He's miscalculated.
36.
He thought he left himself double 18. Oh, he's on 54.
That's interesting because that says to me that he's in a zone and doesn't hear what Owen's saying either.
To be fair, we've all been there. We've wanted to ignore Owen Binks.
Required 20.
Well, he's had a look now and he's probably wondered what's happening. Bradley probably wondered what was happening as well. I think he's found the funny side of it. It's no laughing matter. It's Chris Wickenden takes out the opening leg.
They're all the same size. He's hits.
Second leg is
Hits what he
Bradley to
wants.
throw first. Game on. $60.
Just remind me to be nowhere near Bradley when I make my next mistake, the way he laughed at that.
We'll give him a set of headphones.
95.
You cool man.
Again, the
59.
Bradley Roos range is all over the place at the moment. First start was so high, and then because that's no marker, he's dragged the second one ridiculously low.
125. 100.
It feels like a game where both players know that their league campaign in
43.
terms of what they can achieve is kind of done.
Yeah, but now it's important that they have to build confidence ahead of the next campaign tomorrow.
100. 95.
'Wickenden
60.
on a finish here to
Which
break the
require
throw.
143.
Yeah, and Roos just isn't firing right now. It's a massive second dart
83. Ready
to leave 60.
122.
Now all of a sudden, there's pressure on this 1-2-2. And again, that's why I'm not a fan of that way.
There's so much that can go
78,
wrong with
which
that
requires
particular
60.
route. And case in point there was Chris comes back for 2-0, and it's 2 darts at tops to get the break.
Especially the way his darts lie as
Game on
well.
the second leg.
Superb. But that
Chris
all comes
Wickenden.
down again to Bradley's lack of board management in that situation. It's fine doing that when your
Well, look,
opponent's
it's
not on a
Chris to
finish,
throw first.
but you
Game
have to give yourself the opportunity where even if he doesn't hit the treble 18, he's still got another out where going that way just completely nullified the whole situation.
140. 140.
Back-to-back 140s to kick off leg 3. And whilst I have you here, Phil, and the date is the 13th of December, let's talk about the World Championships, shall we? And what you think's going to happen over 15 days at Ali Pali.
I'll lose my mind. Oh, you're not about the darts?
140.
You say whatever you want.
I'm looking forward to it. I think there's a good mix of players. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the international qualifiers, especially Alex Spellman, who we've had here at the Super Series.
41.
Very hard player to beat. So I'm looking forward to that one. I think Ryan Joyce has got a very tough opener, one of the toughest that he could have got. But
60.
Ali Pali is different to any other tournament. That you need to have experienced it, course and distance, which is why Luke Humphries is on a crest of a wave right now, and of course he'll be hard to beat.
180.
But I'm not sure he wins it.
And Roos take out the 161 to break back to make it 2-1. He can't find the treble 17, and so
97.
Wickenden
Which require
should
80.
get at the very least, a dart at tops to make it 3-0. But we know the big number's been a problem, but there's no issue when you hit the treble.
70.
But it moves inside.
Ready, requires 64.
Lifeline for Roos. It's going to be one dart, double 16.
Game show on the third.
And he is
leg.
back in this one.
Bradley Roos.
Wickham missed an opportunity, but it is back to within one. So
it's Bradley to throw
my
first.
4 quarter
Game
winners. Rob Cross wins quarter 1. Gary Anderson wins quarter 2. MVG wins quarter 3.
60.
Luke Humphries wins quarter 4.
So, when you say Luke Humphries, you don't think he's going to win, do you think Van Goen's the semi-final hurdle that he comes a cropper at?
I do.
130.
And I've gone for the El Clasico final. That might be my heart rule in my head.
60.
You make a Michael Smith's defence.
that Michael Smith has the talent that he could turn up and find it. But I just think there are
100.
too many concerns right now in terms of his form that he could rock up and be brilliant, but the form we've seen in the last couple of TV tournaments,
56.
I think Rob Cross beats him.
He's got Stowe Bunce potentially in his first game. We saw how good he was at the Grand Slam, but the caveat is the winner of that game in Kevin Durtz would have to play 2 best-of-5 matches in one night, and that's a big, big task.
Yeah, and
59.
the Stowe Bunce range as well. We've seen the 104, 105 averages, but we've also seen the 81s, 82s, where even if he comes through Kevin Durtz, he's going to have to be
140.
that high 90s, early 100s mark against Michael Smith.
And are you on the Luke Littler hype train that a lot of people are on at the minute?
I think he gets to the quarterfinals.
And he plays an all-super series
85.
first round clash against Christian Kiss, who of the 15 players who would have played at the World Championships this year, Christian's the only one who would have qualified through the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
Yeah, but we've seen
60.
obviously there's injury problems there and injury concerns, so I think Luke comes through that one fairly comfortably.
1, 2, 3 for Chris Wickenden. Treble 18 would have left the bullseye.
57. Ready require 125.
Does he stay there? Yes. What can he see?
100.
What an effort that is from Bradley Roos. It was blocked and he almost found a way for a magical moment here at the Live Lounge.
He had the line, just couldn't quite find the length. But again, it's another miss on the big number, and it's becoming a endemic part of the day. That's 2 big numbers missed from Chris, and so Bradley will return to square this game up at 2 apiece. He's got 2 in hand at double 8, and now double 4.
21.
But inside it goes.
Chris require 27.
Opportunity has passed him by. Is Wickenden going to step in? Double 8. And he has stepped in.
Chris Wickenden.
Did you say step in?
I did. And
Fifth leg, it's Chris to go first.
Chris Wickenden's set-up play that he's almost finding, a bit like James Wade used to try and do everything to leave tops. Gerwin Price used to try and do everything to leave tops. Chris Wickenden's getting himself in a muddle by trying to leave double 18 at all costs. He's going the wrong way. He's missing big numbers. Just go back to basics.
And the issue for Bradley, he's allowing Chris to make mistakes and then get away with it.
$55.
Going to be back tomorrow night, Bradley. His previous 2 campaigns, he actually got through Group C to make the final. It'll be the first time he plays the night session during the week here at the Live Lounge.
$118.
Bradley needs to find another treble, you feel, here.
100.
Down to a finish, but I'm not sure it's in the locker at the moment on what we've seen so far in this game. However, Wickenden, that first start 62. Of those 2 darts in the 1 has just given Roos a glimmer of an opportunity here. But it needs to make this manageable. Needs a treble.
64. Chris require 126.
I get it, but it's still difficult.
So 1, 2, 6 to win the match. Another one of them. We left double 6. A single leaves the bull.
101.
Doesn't go, and so Bradley gets one last reprieve on 97.
Does he go double tops? Sensational from Bradley Roos. A double to keep his hopes alive. Remember, Wickenden has missed the match start. And Bradley Roos steps in. He is still alive and kicking in this contest.
A little bit of quality that Bradley possesses in abundance. We haven't seen it as much today as he had done on Monday and Tuesday, but maybe just beginning to
180.
find something.
Stolen Brendan Dolan's 180 celebration as well.
He's a thief.
100.
I'm going to steal Andreas Harrison's 9 dart limelight in this leg.
41.
Wickham needs to find a treble
60.
and can't, so Ruse is in control of this leg. Looks as if we're going to be going the distance for the second time in 2 games.
100.
As after not having any last leg deciders at all today. But Bradley's turned a screw here.
He's found his best stuff when it matters.
140.
140 to leave tops. And he will feel good going into this last leg decider, having come from 3-1 behind.
45.
If he pins tops.
40.
Be for another 5-visit leg, which is way in excess of what we've seen prior in this match.
30.
Again, I go back to board management. Chris Wickham not on a finish. Bradley should not have left himself on 5-5 because this can go wrong and wrong
93.
quickly. We've seen it undo
10.
many players.
First graces the wire. But he can't
5.
find a way in, and this is exactly what you spoke about.
144.
This is the mess you get yourself in by chasing. But lucky for Ruse that Wickham
82.
is not in the same street.
Require 5.
To take us to a decider. Bradley Ruse has 2 at 2-2. The Madhouse, he's made a mess of this leg, but he's
Danger on the
eventually
sixth
got
leg.
it won to
Bradley
take us
Ruse.
to a last leg decider where Wickenden has the darts.
Yeah, that
7.
That all
from
got a little
final
bit
against Chris
messy.
to throw first.
and
Game on.
it shouldn't have been. He was in complete control. The scoring phase was sensational in that leg. And it just goes back to knowing the moments in the game and your
81.
board management.
Opportunity for Bradley if he could have found a couple of trebles. Just the one keeps him a very interested party in this
100.
leg. Well to find the treble there between the 2, one above and one below.
Wickham needs a treble.
97.
Last start in Hine finds one. When their last start, they hurt even more. And that again, that's the raid. It's not a marker. And at that point, you almost have to step back and start again.
We felt like Bradley may have turned a corner in that last game against Scott, but he's regressed back to type today,
40.
where we've seen some erratic stuff. All about recomposing and regrouping going into tomorrow, but one of the things that
99.
I've been really pleased about with Bradley between appearances here is the way that he has managed to really galvanise himself mentally, and he's really matured from the first time we saw him here, where maybe at times we could have accused him of being maybe
100.
just a tad bit petulant.
Yeah, and look, he's a young lad. He gains more and more experience every time he comes here to the Super Series.
140.
And all of a sudden, he's threatening to complete the comeback. Remember, trailed 3-1. And now he is going to get a go at the 107 to win it.
58.
But this would be a taste of Chris Wickenden's medicine. Number 17 doesn't go, and so for Chris to, well, crawl over the line in the end.
125.
Yeah, should be starting on the ball.
7 left. So
85.
tops if he
Bradley
comes
Rose,
back.
52.
But it's going to be 52 for Bradley Roos. It's going to be 2 at 16. Is that awkward?
Game
No is
shot
the
and
answer.
match.
There we
Bradley
get the fist
Roos.
pump from Bradley Roos. He completes the comeback. Remember, he trailed 3-1, but showed a lot of mental resolve. There's the celebration from the young man. He bags the points and can take that into his Group B campaign. But coming up after the break, we're going to have Scott Mitchell against John Henderson.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Scotty Dog Mitchell is about to play John Henderson. Didn't expect to be meeting each of us today. Mitchell stepping in for the unwell Norbert Attard and is, well, started slowly, but did get his first win in the previous game. Paid a little bit of a homage to his good friend and county teammate Tommy Morris as well, with the gun celebration at the end of it. For John Henderson, well, the sword fell on the Highlander when he lost out to Andreas Harrison in the all-important match. But Henderson will be back in Group B for the rest of the week, whereas Mitchell is going to have a bonus go at Group C. And talking you through this meeting between two senior stars, it is Phil Bars and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Just another game of darts for Scott Mitchell as he takes on John Henderson in his final game of, well, bonus day for him, as Murph rightly said here at the Super Series. And, well, these two were two stars of the sport. Bit of a heavyweight clash, really, for the Super Series.
Absolutely. But from what we've seen today, I think this could be one-way traffic.
Scott's not really been allowed to build up ahead of steam, has he? Last minute
First
call up.
leg,
Well,
it's
John
Scott
Henderson.
to throw
Well, he's
first.
played to the level he has done
Game
all
on.
week, really, hasn't he? And you would sense that the way he is going about business, he will be in Saturday night's final through Group B.
Yeah, I think so.
60.
Mitchell with the honour. You know, one thing's guaranteed. John
59.
Henderson is going to be in Group B, and Scott Mitchell is going to finish 7th in a 6-player group.
$41.
He's not going to enjoy stepping into the commentary box next time, is he?
No.
$57.
Got our ducks in a row.
$100.
How much would win for Scott, though, Phil, be a
60.
bit of a boost of morale?
Yeah, look, he just needs something to cling on to.
$140.
Before he leaves himself first to a finish, Henderson a bit behind in this leg, and so Scotty Talk going to have 6 on 160. And is going to need the full quota and full allotment.
85.
85 leaves 75.
$100. Scott, you require 75.
Tops for the opener.
35.
Goes
require 130.
missing.
So Henderson, for what would be a second on top of the day, had a 1-3-2 in his opening
90.
match against
Scott, you
Chris
require
Wickenden.
40.
One of only 3 ton-plus finishes we've seen so far today. They've all come in the first 6 matches. Mitchell wants tops. He's getting closer, but he can't find a way in.
Johnny require 40.
Well, the target that Mitchell's just missed, Henderson
20.
has a similar misfortune.
Scott,
They
you
both
require
go
20.
down, scrapping around the double 10.
Yeah, and that's a surprise because Henderson has been magnificent on tops.
Game shot in the first leg.
Mitchell
Scott
mops up to lead 1-0. But is there perhaps a fear that this could be a case of after the Lord Mayor's show for John
Second, it's
Henderson?
John to
He's
throw
missed out on
first.
qualification.
Game
And
on.
no matter how hard you try, when the adrenaline isn't quite pumping through the body in the way that it usually would when there's something huge on the line, that
121.
naturally...
Yeah, quite possibly. But you just feel that he's experienced enough to get over that.
55. $98.
Interesting as well. I'm sure both of these will be at Q School. That Tommy Morris has confirmed that he is going to go to Q School as well, and it'll be exciting to watch there.
180.
He'll be dangerous. That is no doubt. He's probably been one of the finds this year. He came in as a one-day alternate when
140.
a player couldn't play the full week, and he's just gone on from strength to strength ever since.
Sometimes you just need to be in the right place at the right time and take the opportunity.
96. Johnny require 140.
Quick fire, the gun. Henderson looking to level up at 1-1. I wonder whether Scott will
44.
give us a Tommy
Scott
Morris
require
celebration if the big fish
170.
goes. Or Scotty Dog isn't going to give it the big licks.
60. Johnny require 98.
2 19s. Parity
60.
doesn't go.
Scott, you require 110.
Chance here for the break.
$56.
Henderson
Johnny
early
required
one today,
38.
just went straight for the target. Same case again, but this time works inside. 2 4s.
34. Scott, you require 54.
Big opportunity here for Scott Mitchell. Double 18 for 2-0.
That is a slip. Yes, that was a bad dart, Scott. You'd be criticising that if you were in the commentary box.
22. Johnny required 4.
But this cagey game
James
sees
on the
another
second
cagey leg.
John Henderson.
But Henderson eventually levels up at 1-1.
Very, very edgy.
So look at Scott to throw first. Game on. $140. 60.
Henderson just feels flat right now.
60.
That defeat to Harrison may have hurt a little bit more than we thought.
And he's had to work
137.
and scrape for everything this week, John Henderson. He's put in probably some of the best numbers of the week, but everybody has hit their best against him, probably commanding him the type of respect that his reputation
45.
deserves.
Yeah, look, that's what happens when you've got a name and a reputation as good as John's, that you're the one to be shot at.
One of the
180.
biggest names in the Super Series as he hits the maximum under the flashing lights here in Portsmouth.
$100. Johnny required
So 1-2-4 for the break and a 2-1 lead. Been a much better leg from the pair.
92. Scott, you require 156.
The Barney. Another for double 18. Not to be, so Henderson will be back to break the throw.
140. Johnny
But
required
under
32.
huge pressure. Two eights.
Game shot on the
Goes.
third leg. John
And Henderson
Henderson.
leads by 2 legs to 1. 15 data means that
Fourth leg, it's
it's a
John
much
to
better
throw
leg than what we
first.
got in the
Game on.
first couple. That the beautiful backdrop here. The live lounge in Portsmouth.
Whoa!
A venue which sees yet
180.
another max.
$41. $58.
We all held our breath there after the first max.
He's the type of player that you just know can threaten it at any point.
43. Required 10.
That's 3 for double 1.
Game shot on the
For
fourth
3-1.
leg. John Henderson.
John Henderson in complete control now of this scrappy affair.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Do you say in a game involving Scotty Dog Mitchell is a bit of a scrappy do?
$23. $140. 100.
So Henderson looking to close this one out 4-1. Could do with a couple of treble 19s. There's one.
96.
Beautiful backdrop here in Portsmouth. And if you want to be here on a Saturday night, that is the QR code you need to scan. Send you to dartshop.tv, and you may well see these two if you go to dartshop.tv at the World Seniors, because tickets for that are also available via that particular website. But dartshop.tv for your tickets to the MODUS Super Series in 2024. The perfect Christmas present.
You've got a darts fan in your family. It is the only place for a Christmas present.
That and a signed Phil Barrs photograph.
100.
Will be available soon.
132.
Well, this would be a champagne way to finish his group, but the 132 isn't going to go.
$47. Scott, you require 157.
I'm not sure this is in the locker at the moment. There we have it. So Henderson will be back for 85.
60.
And to seal a 4-1 victory. Double 5 to seal the deal. And John Henderson wraps up a 4-1 victory over Scott Williams. It wasn't their best. Scott Mitchell even, my fault. But John Henderson seals the deal. 4-1 victory. Like we say, the average is not their best. It was scrappy early on, but Henderson showed his class when it mattered. Coming up, our penultimate game of the session, Bradley Roos against Andreas Henderson.
This is the MODUS Super Series, and that is the Group A winner. Andreas Harrison has made it once again to finals night here and is looking to make it back-to-back Champions Weeks on Saturday night. Bradley Roos, the young Dutchman, has made it back-to-back finals when he's been at the Super Series recently, but he will have to progress through Group B to get there this time around. And we'll have to do something that, well, nobody seems to be doing if he wants to end the day on a high, and that is beat Andreas Harrison. Can he do it? Let's see in the company of Phil and Henry.
And you just get the sense as well that Bradley's going to have to play way in excess of his level. It's been a fairly taxing day for the young Dutchman up against Andreas Harrison. And if you think there's one player whose level of performance isn't going to deviate after accomplishing what he needed to, it's Dirty Harry.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
Bradley's comeback against Chris Winkerton in his last game was very good. However, it still wasn't at the level that I think he's going to need to trouble Andreas Harrison right now. But Dirty Harry
59.
has only lost 2 games this entire week so far. And I don't think this is going to be number 3.
Well, Andreas said to me on
60.
Tuesday morning that he, after that 9 die here against Andreas Tov Jorgensen, that maybe the magnitude of what he achieved kind of got a little bit too much for him. That's why he lost those 2 matches after. And then yesterday he was in a tunnel vision mode. He won all 5, and he's on the cusp of completing the card for, well, 2 days in succession, 26 points. And realistically, if it wasn't for that wobble towards the end of Monday, we could have been looking at the first player to have ever picked up 30 points in a group.
Yeah, someone is going to do it.
58.
You just get the sense that at some point there will be a perfect storm for someone.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses from people, and they've lost 1 game, but it's coming. That perfect Group A campaign will deliver sooner or later.
I tell you who could be a really good candidate for it. Someone you mentioned not long ago, Alex Spellman.
Yeah, he was sensational last time he was here. And he saw on his social media last night he was preparations and at the airport to make the flight to London for his World Championship campaign. And of course, he's another one that said he is going to Q School.
Joel 15 for double 8 for Andreas Harrison for an opening leg break. Not going to happen.
Bradley require 145.
I think Sparman will be a huge danger at Q School.
And again, because of where he is in the world, he's got that freedom to choose. But I think he's picked the UK, hasn't he? Or was he going to the EU one?
Last time
16.
he spoke about it, he was undecided. So time will tell. But it is Andreas Harrison who breaks the ruse throw early on in proceedings. He leads 1-0. And right now, Bradley Ruse has a little bit of soul searching to do. Not at the races in leg 1. Needs to up that level to get anywhere near Harrison right now.
Yeah, cutting a blonde figure in the background. And I just wonder whether the magnitude of today is just now got a bit too much for Bradley, and he's just going for the motions a little bit. But the important thing for him, and I know he watches the games back, is to just decompress from today, forget about what's happened, and tomorrow's a new competition. Everybody's back on 0 points in their respective groups. So effectively, you treat it as a new competition. You take away any baggage that happened from the games before or the days before, and you treat it as a completely brand new imposter.
Yeah, and of course, Harrison 59. On a bit of a redemption charge as well. He came ever so close to that huge paycheck in Series 5, getting to semi-finals of Champions Night. This man has pedigree at the highest level here at the Super Series, and what I've seen so far this week, I struggle to see who made the throw-in this week consistently. Yes, there are players that have flashes in them, but this man is just ultra consistent.
And this is a tournament that rewards that type of play, just by the sheer base of the way we go about it in league play. And he can also have flashes of brilliance. Going to find the 142. So Bradley's got a chance here to break back. He should have 2 at tops.
82. Bradley required 59.
19 makes sure of the big number. Now 2 at tops. Now chasing double 10.
49.
And that's what happens when confidence
Duration
isn't
required
there.
60.
Dragged it inside, but Harrison looking at tops for 2-0.
On the
And
second
was there ever a
Andreas
doubt, Henry?
Harrison.
Well, Bradley Roos is ticking over in the background. He looks like he's ready to combust at any
Bradley
moment.
to throw first.
The frustration is palpable. It's been a hard day for him.
Where, on the other hand, Andreas Harrison is the ultimate poker player. Gives nothing away
140.
whatsoever.
Confidence
81.
is a preference in the habitual voyeur, which is known as dart life, as Blur famously put it. That'll be a confidence booster.
180.
That's awkward.
59. $97.
Roos in control of this leg.
140.
Such a
They
good
require
shot where we just get
84.
to see the darts glide in to the treble.
Yeah, it's one of our best angles that our camera team produce here at the Super Series.
44.
As Roos leads tops after 12.
$81.
And credit to
require
Bradley, right,
40.
because he's getting very animated in the background, but he's composed himself in this leg. He's left tops after 12 to bring it back to 2-1.
Game show on the third leg.
The suspense
Bradley
was a
Roos.
killer. However, Bradley Roos pins.
Fourth leg is Andreas to throw
No, it's not your go,
first.
Bradley. It's not
Game
your go. It's only a holder throw. Get back.
Reel him in.
43.
A troublous visit from Harrison. To open this
97.
leg has just opened the door a little bit here for Bradley.
$81.
And Bradley, who was 2-0 down in this game,
42.
is doing a good job in terms of trying to recover the situation. Andreas has just got that consistent level, hasn't he? That no matter what Bradley throws at him,
140.
he's always going to cause him dangers in legs.
Yeah, he's on the back foot because of Andreas Harrison's huge scoring.
140.
He's making this look easy right now.
180.
Bradley Roos had asked a couple of questions, but Andreas Harrison had more than enough
58.
answers at this stage.
Duration required 57.
17 for tops for a 3-1 lead.
Game show on the fourth
Clinical,
leg. Andreas
absolute
Harrison.
clinic from Dirty Harry right now.
He has just had the
Look at Bradley
answers
to
for
throw
pretty much
first.
every single question in this group. Even when he's had a little bit of an off spell, he finds a way to come back for it with a 14 dart leg.
140.
The camera angle from the back of the auditorium, seeing the stage in its full glory.
100.
Really good shot. Get to see everything.
Amazing to think.
The
acorns of which this has grown from.
180.
Yeah, streaming from my living room.
60.
Has Barzy got all the wires in place? Has he got the internet connection? Fingers crossed.
Wasn't far off that when we first started.
Then in Southampton,
60.
our former home, it was a friendly home, don't get me wrong, but this is just an incredible arena.
Yeah, it's just the evolution of the grand plan here.
180.
As Harrison
Ready,
fires
require
in
121.
his second max of this contest. Treble 20 leaves double 18. Oh, that's not a good dart. That is very low. The late release has just been dragged.
65. Andreas, you require 161.
To finish with some Swedish flair.
$90. Bradley required 56.
It's going to be 2 at tops to keep this one alive. 1 at 10s.
36.
Is
Andreas
that
requires 71.
the last start of Bradley's Group A campaign?
Harrison step in. His tops
51.
dip below and said Bradley gets
Bradley
another
required
go.
20.
He missed.
He's human.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Here's a hold
Bradley
of throw
Roos.
for Bradley Roos. Dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, he has
Sick
BR
ladies
on the
Andreas
collar
to
of his
reverse.
shirt, and he would have
Game
been
on.
feeling a bit brr. He would have felt the cold a little bit with Andreas Harrison staring down his neck,
100.
breathing down his neck, maybe.
Each to their own.
That would be a bit creepy.
60.
Some wonderful recovery
125.
darts from Harrison. First one, the radar went missing, but darts 2 and 3 put
43.
this leg firmly in the Swede's hands.
An average in excess of 95. 3 out of 7 on the
85.
doubles, even in a game which is effectively for him a dead rubber because he has won the group. He is still putting in a exceptional performance.
95.
Yeah, just looking to set this 191 up. Wondered if he'd go for the 19s there.
91.
Well, set himself up for the square ton to complete the job and going to get the luxury of time
98. Andreas, you require 100.
for the match and a 4-2 win to round off his campaign. Well, he was better off having a bounce out there, but
68.
recovers well to leave 32.
I didn't see that one coming.
A rare slip
85.
for Andreas.
Andreas, you
But can he
require
mop up the pieces
32.
here to finish off his campaign with 26 points? 13 wins for a possible
Game
15.
shot on the
Andreas
match.
Harrison has
Andreas
been
Harrison.
an immovable object to the top of Group A, the victor of Group A, and will be very, very hard to dislodge Dirty Harry when it comes to Saturday night. He has time for a thumbs up, does the Swede, who gets the better of Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 2. An average of 92.8, 2 maxis apiece, 4 from 9 on the finishing. Harrison 4, Roos 2, 1 more game to go. Toff Jorgensen against Chris Wickinton.
Welcome back. I'm here with Andreas Harrison, the winner of Group A. Yet again, 3 times in a row you've won this group. You've worked it out what to do here at the Modus Super Series, haven't you?
Yeah, fantastic. I couldn't imagine doing it. It's been great.
To win all of your matches yesterday, then to do it again today as well. I mean, Scott Mitchell joked that would be the approach, but you've gone and done it. Everyone's finding you very, very difficult to deal with.
I don't know why. I think I played quite good. I was a bit nervous today in the first 2 games, I think, but it worked through.
One of those games was against Scott Mitchell, wasn't it? Were you surprised to see him in his big pink shirt on the stage next to you?
Yeah, it's it was surprised to be, but I handled it quite good, I think.
You certainly did. You've handled everything really well this week. Of course, you've won Group A 3 times in a row. You won the week last time, the one before Champions Week. So what is the plan between now and Saturday? How will you approach the 2 days off?
Yeah, just gonna relax, I think. Go for a walk to the town and just relax, I think.
And keep everything the same, I suppose, as what you've done the last few times?
Yeah, probably do the same as I did the 2 times before.
From those previous times, obviously this week you've done 10 games unbeaten. You've had a 9-dart finish. Would you say this is your best campaign so far at the Super Series?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the most steady week I've done.
Well, we will see you on Saturday. Have a good couple of days rest. Andreas Harrison, the first player through to finals night on week 6. 1 more game to go, and Henry Deacon and Phil Bars will talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. As we see Chris Wickenden and Andreas Tov-Jorgensen go toe-to-toe in the final game of Group A. But Andreas Harrison is the man who has won the group. And, well, that's 3 times, as Murph rightly mentioned, he's won Group A in a row. And he just approaches everything with such an ease, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
What I also like is the fact that we've seen Andreas here a few times, and he's evolving as well with his English. And he was actually saying that he wants to do more interviews, try and communicate with his supporters and his fans a little bit more. And we get to know him a little bit more as a character and as a human being as well.
Yeah, he's got quite a quirky sense of humour. You can tell by that the few interviews that I've done with him that he has got a real quirk to him and real nice guy.
121.
A big sports fan. He's a Liverpool supporter.
That's unfortunate.
But he's a Liverpool supporter because of his love of music, because he's a big fan of the band, the Beatles. And so he's a Liverpool fan because of his love of music on Merseyside.
100.
I suppose it has been a bit of a longer winding road in this group for him. We could do this 8 days a week, Phil, but best not.
Next thing you'll be telling me he's walking down Penny Lane.
81.
Well, he made everybody a part of the Lonely Darts Club, hasn't he, this week, Andreas Harrison? I'll stop there.
Just looking at it, it's a big opportunity here for Andreas Tov-Jorgensen.
59.
He's been inconsistent. We've seen flashes from him, but if he can get the better of Chris Wickenden, who has played some good stuff today, this could be a huge confidence booster for him.
And he's changed the setup as well. He's changed the flight back to the setup that he had earlier on in the week.
42.
Who supports Chelsea.
Another treble here would make this interesting.
Andreas require 98.
219s for Andreas Tov-Jorgensen to take a 1-0 lead. Clinical kill for a 17-dart leg to get this game up and running.
Second against Chris to throw.
Yeah, it's a bright start for Tov-Jorgensen here in this one. And Chris Wickenden not found the darts
100.
that he had earlier on. At the moment, that's a little bit lacking.
The good thing is they've got the best part of, well, let's give or take 24 hours to go again before both players will play in Group C tomorrow afternoon. We're live from 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel before we then go live on Sporty Stuff TV from 2 p.m. The evening session begins from 10, and all of the action is going to be live on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
140.
Toff Jorgensen's averages, it's just rising here, almost approaching 95.
100.
No, he's got this level in the locker, but as we spoke about earlier, it's trying to find on that more consistent basis.
58.
Yeah, and we've seen him do it on the World Cup stage. Now it's just transferring it to other events, like here at the Super Series.
100.
But Chris Wickenden is down to 101. He's on for the perfect red pen leg. We're in Super League terms now. The 101 for the 5 visits in red. Treble 19 or treble 15. Treble 19 leaves double 12.
77.
And it's not going to be. Can Toff Jorgensen produce a 3-figure finish? No is the answer. So Wickenden will be back.
So another go at double 12.
59. Because you require 24.
To square us up at 1-1. Double 6 with Toff Jorgensen back with 78 for the break. And he's going to get a go to break the throw.
Requires 78.
Missed opportunity from Pugs. Can Toff Jorgensen step in? 20 and tops. It's going to be a dart at tops for 2-0.
58.
And you can just see it there. It's flicked the flight on the way through.
There was just an awkwardness about everything there, wasn't there, for Andreas? And Chris Wickenden, who saw his opponent miss the top of the board, has found the bottom of the board to square up at 1-1.
Yeah, those darts from Andreas Toff Jorgensen there all felt a little bit rushed. I didn't feel there was ever any composure in that visit, and ultimately that telled.
81. $60.
Another would be handy.
96.
Still well placed though. The Danish World Cup star just doing enough on his own throw here.
97.
To treble.
60.
Can't find one. So has that opened the door for Wickenden? Big visit here. Give him a chance. But that's a disaster.
85.
And it just feels like effort, doesn't it? Feels very laboured right now.
94.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen leaves the 170. We'll get a go at it. Can he end the day in some style?
137. Andreas, you've 170.
The big fish for the Dane? Not to be, and so Wickenden back for 1-2-2 to
57.
Go in front 2-1.
22.
Should start 18s. I don't like the ball route. Treble 18 leaves the ball. See, that's why it's the best
90.
way.
Because
you get an out.
Give yourself opportunities. Give yourself the best possible chances. Andreas given himself the best possible chance. Tops for 113 and for 2-1. But it doesn't go.
Been low on tops a lot today. That's a good guide, surely. Just bumps in off the barrel. Chris Wickenden leads 2-1. It's a break of throw. He wipes the sweat from his brow. He is in control of our final game of the session. And Andreas Harrison, Andreas Toff Jorgensen has some searching to do here because he's not looked likely.
Chris will know he's got an opportunity to get out of here in double quick time. Get rid of Andreas, get out of here, and have a good old rest up ahead of tomorrow's proceedings.
$60. 58.
So, Chris Wickenden, can he set this up?
83.
Bit more like it.
Whoa!
That's better.
180.
From Toff Jorgensen. He's found a max when he needed it. It's been a dire 2 legs from him, really.
41.
This just gives him a chance to break back at the first opportunity. He has the Wickenden throw under the cosh here.
They're like
58.
2 boats passing in the middle of a night where one's having an on leg whilst the other's having the off leg, and then vice versa.
So 105 for Toff Jorgensen. Treble 15 with treble 19, either or in that situation.
69.
But he sets it up and asks the question of Chris Wickenden and says to him, are you up to a 3-figure finish? And the answer, Henry, is he's not.
He's not, and it would have been the biggest finish of the day, the biggest one. John Henderson, a 1-3-2 against Wickenden in game 3 of the day. I've only seen 3-ton plus out so far on Wednesday, and Toff Jorgensen gets the break back to square up our final salvo of Wednesday here at the Live Lounge at 2-2.
5th leg is Andreas to throw first.
Chris Wickenden did all the hard work to break the throw and then gifted the opportunity straight back. And Toff Jorgensen is now favourite again for this contest because he has the darts.
But it's only kicked off 59, and so it's opened up the door here for Chris Wickenden, who has said thank you very much.
140.
Both players seem to be more comfortable on their opponent's throw right now than on their own.
140.
Needs a treble.
60.
Can't find one. That would be music to Toff Jorgensen's ears right now.
44.
But that's a mistake. And a big one at that.
How major a slip could that be?
58.
Not punished.
Nervy darts from both right now. One of them needs to find some composure.
43.
Needs to find it from somewhere because at the moment that is lacking from both of them.
Two tired darts players who are trying to exhaust everything that's left in their body.
That's a huge visit from Wickenden at this situation. Down to a finish first.
66. Christian Vagoy, 103.
And he may get 6 at it. Treble 17 leaves double 16. It's not going to go, so just needs to set this
55.
up. But Henry, has Toff Jorgensen got this in the locker?
He needs to find something big about now, but he's not going to find the 149. And so Wickenden threatens the break on 48 to move him 3-2 to the good and a leg away from the match.
95. Christian Vagoy, 48.
So Wickenden to break again. It's going to be 2 darts at double 16 for a 3-2 lead. This is almost a repeat of earlier on, and it's the same outcome. He uses the barrel to perfection, and it's another break of throw. He leads 3-2 and will now throw for the points in our final game of the session.
He has the darts to complete the match. It would finish up his group on 10 points, still stay 5th no matter what happens. Can't bridge the gap in terms of legs difference from Andreas.
$180.
Of course, we were going to go all the way in game 15.
Well, Wednesday just has that star factor here at the Super Series about free threes.
43.
And this is what I mean. When Toff Jorgensen is playing without any pressure, he can deliver. It's about managing that pressure and that expectation that he's obviously got on himself.
100.
Because there's a very good player within him. The throw is smooth. He hits big trebles, but it's just those late releases when he's under pressure that he needs to sort out.
Getting an 11 darter to break back and send us all the way to a last leg decider.
97. Ratio required 98.
Well, 19 would have left double 19, but he is
26.
going to return.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, Henry. That under pressure, that happens.
$100. Ratio required 72.
So 72 for a level game. 20 and tops. Tops for 3 apiece.
52.
It's not to be. Will Wickenden get match starts?
101 points away from the match. Treble 19 was the tack last time. The tack this time for double 12.
89.
Which just moves inside.
Ratio required 20.
One match start has come and gone. And he pays the price for that.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen.
Andreas Toff Jorgensen levels up at 3 apiece, and he now has the darts. Has Wickenden missed his opportunity in game 15? Time will tell. Will he get another go?
The first visit of this leg could well be also crucial as Andreas Toff Jorgensen peppers a treble 20.
135. $85.
He'll be so disappointed with that. The first dart was perfect and never used it. And all of a sudden, Andreas Toff Jorgensen is a huge favourite in this deciding leg. He's kicked off with two treble visits on his own throw, forcing Wickenden into trying to find something massive.
And credit's got to go where credit's due because he switched it on when it's come clutch in this match, Andreas.
64.
When he's needed it, he's found a little bit of class, held his composure better, and he's down to a finish after 9. And look, it would be a great way to go out, but in this situation, you don't need to do anything flash. Just set this up, come back, and seal the deal.
Set up he will.
93.
And he's going to come back for 74 for the match.
How much pressure will that 74 be under, though? Should go the ball. Leaves a finish. Says to Andreas Toff Jorgensen, are you up to this? Can you take out 74? Tops to win it.
54.
Not sure about that way, but a match start for Toff Jorgensen has come and gone.
But what a way to finish the day this would be. But Wickenden isn't going to find the big fish, and so Toff Jorgensen comes back for double 10.
96.
He's missed one. 20. Comes back with 3 in hand, looking at double 10 to seal match 15. Can he use that? 1 left. Pressure. And he's blown it. Score. That is now 4 match starts missed 74. For the Danish star.
And that really did kiss the wire as Wickenden comes back. But he's missed the big number. And so it's only going to... Well, it's not even going to be a dart at the bull. It's not going to be anything.
34.
And so Andreas comes back again.
Drama in the final leg of the session. But this time it is Andreas Toff Jorgensen who holds his composure to win match 15. He scored fabulously in that last leg, but it all got a little bit too nervous towards the end. There's the stats for you. 83.93 average for Toff Jorgensen, 2 maximums, 4 from 11 on the doubles, but up until the last leg, that doubling percentage was right up there. Chris Wigginton blew his opportunity when it was given, missing 2 big numbers, which was criminal in that situation, and he paid the ultimate price. As we hand you over to Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Phil. It has been a really interesting Group A campaign. We'll just show you what happened in today's play with Andreas Harrison once again going through the card, winning all of his matches today. It's been a really good day for him. Harrison, yeah, winning all of his games so far today. And John Henderson was in contention before things started today. He started really well as well, a 4-1 win against Chris Wickenden and a 4-0 win against Bradley Roos. But the big match came when they met in Game 10. Henderson going head-to-head with Harrison to try and keep things alive. And Harrison crossing the line, beating him once again, this time 4-1 after that brilliant game at the end of yesterday. And that was the moment that Andreas Harrison managed to secure his qualification for finals night on Saturday. The remainder of the day really played out then. Most players were well aware of which groups they would be going into. Scott Mitchell, of course, coming in for the unwell Norbert Attard, won his first game 4-3 against Andreas Toff Jorgensen. He'll be in Group C for the rest of the week, and then Jorgensen closing out with that victory over Wickenden there. So if we take a look at the table, as mentioned, Harrison winning it well as well, 6 points clear of John Henderson in the end, who got to 20 points. Bradley Roos in third place, Toff Jorgensen, Chris Wickenden and Scott Mitchell in Group C. Norbert Attard will play no further part this week. But this week we will have some players who are joining the action later on in the week. And one of those players is a player that is... Apologies, just trying to remember what was next on the running order there. Yeah, we're going to just show you who's playing next week in a moment. David Schlichting is returning to the Super Series. And here are the players in the lineup for the rest of the week. The breakdown for the groups this week on your screen now. Harrison moving into Group A. Schlichting, Alex Small and Hopai Puha joining Group B with John Henderson and Bradley Roos, Andreas Toff Jorgensen, as mentioned, Scott Mitchell and Chris Wicken in Group C. Adrian Gray making his debut here at the Super Series. Richie Howson, who we've seen here a few times. And Justin Smith, of course, a weekly winner before at the Super Series. But in terms of this week, well, Andreas Harrison, he's made a little bit of history at the Super Series. He's won Group A 3 times in a row, and you are going to see him at finals night. You can see us again for 2 sessions of darts tomorrow and Friday. Groups B and C getting underway. The action starting from 1 p.m. on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Then viewers on Sporty Stuff TV can join us from 2:30. But Andreas Harrison will be playing on Saturday night in the big final.